On the way there, you were passed by a coach, um, which you will see parked outside the inn. It is late Lotar. I believe we're in the 4th week of Lotar.
5th week, day 1.
5th week, okay. So, yeah, winter. It's cold.
Yep.
Snow's on the ground. The road is muddy and frozen in places. On the coast here, it's mostly rainy, but also snow flurries. So it's pretty miserable traveling, actually. And you've been on the road now for, 2 days?
Yes.
And this is evening of the second day as you're approaching the inn. It is certainly warm and inviting. So
before we go into the inn,
mhm.
I'm going to do a little bit of a wardrobe change.
Okay.
I'm gonna tuck the holy symbol under the tunic. I'm trying to make myself look like as much like a normal fighter as I can.
Okay. What I suppose the only thing that would be particularly distinguishing would be your clerical robes.
Not his haircut?
Well, the question is, how much do the clerical robes look like clerical robes, and how much is it just a tabard over a normal tunic kind of thing? I mean, armor is armor.
Yeah, I'm not so much concerned about the armor as I'm concerned about your tailor. Where you get your stuff is not typical of it. Priests are distinctive in their attire,
right,
and easily recognized as such. Maybe not specific deities and such, but if you don't have something written down that says something like normal traveling cloak or something like that, then you don't have one.
I'm okay with generic cleric. I just kind of suspect that walking into Minoc, hey, I'm a cleric of math, might not be the best idea.
We won't be doing that though, because we're supposed to be able to get in clothes in backwater.
Everyone's favorite NPC, generic cleric.
Right, exactly. I'm basically saying that I'm trying to get into the habit of being as nondescript as possible.
Okay, and that's great.
Okay.
But that is something that should have been taken care of in Telgar ahead of this point.
Okay, fair. My mistake.
So, if you want to retcon that and say, I was thinking about this in Telgar, I'm okay with that. I'm not sure what would have cued you at that point in Telgar.
Well, I'm just thinking, the idea that we're going to end up in Minoc, which we've said before is not very friendly to
west.
Our particular pantheon, would lead me to believe that a little bit of discretion. I mean, let's be honest. Adventuring parties aren't good spies anyway. So, I would rather not walk into Minot blaring, hey, we're the good guys.
Okay.
So I don't need to go full disguise or anything. But a little more nondescript wouldn't hurt.
Okay. Well, so here's my recollection of events in Telgar.
Okay.
The evening before departure,
Mhm.
when Runt returns with Tindo.
What's left of Tindo?
What's left of Tindo. I think it was at that point, correct me if I'm wrong, where I believe Runt gave mention to the idea that we might want to be circumspect, discreet in our appearance at Minot, and I believe that tip actually came from Spider as sort of an offhanded comment.
Okay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay. I can roll with that.
So that evening to morning, you have an opportunity, or perhaps I don't know what time did you. Presumably, you left early enough in the morning that you could get to the inn before too late at night.
Yep.
Right.
So, if you want to be spending time shopping in Telgar, that's hours that you're later into the inn. Unless you think you can acquire a cloak or traveling garments quickly.
Well, there was also some comments from Sir Michael, since we're kind of doing this on his behest, that this guy with the caravan here who's helping us get across the way is going to help us get outfitted in backwater because we don't want to look like we're from the west.
Right. Yes, those comments did come from Sir Michael, and that was the reference towards backwater. But if you want something to happen in Telgar, I don't know how.
Just a simple traveling overcloak is fine.
Okay, that should be easy enough to acquire, I think. All right, so, but yes, bear in mind that once that comes off, i.e., you walk into the inn and you take off your traveling cloak. So that's great on the road, but of course,
it's a start, and I'm sure the first person we mug will have clothes that'll fit.
Man,
there
gosh,
you go.
it's really cold in this inn. I don't think I'm gonna take my clothes off. I can't seem to get warm from traveling. So
we're all a bunch of murder hobos anyway. So
whoa.
We'll sit in the corner with our hoods pulled up, smoking on our pipe.
There you go.
I'm just a hobo without the murder part.
Oh goodness. Okay. So are we good to arrive at the end?
Yes, we're good. I'm sorry, I did not mean that to be a long diversion.
Well, I like to be clear about these things. I mean,
no, you're
important.
Good. You're good.
Okay. All right. So yes, arriving at the inn. I believe the coach that you saw pass you has been properly, the horses and such have been stabled. And Wes, are you on your horse?
No, we left the horse at the
Okay.
house so he could actually get some exercise.
Okay. All right. So you left them, and when you say the house, you mean Telgar?
Yes, Telgar.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So when you arrive, the road goes up to the cliff and then turns east, following the cliff line to the inn. So you can see down, and there's a cove below the inn, and that's where the sloop is anchored. So you get to the inn. Yes, it's dark. You can see that actually, yeah, everything's pretty well closed up. Also, you can see tracks in the snow, where the coach pulled up and was taken into a barn, or a coach house. You can see where the stables are. As you might expect, this is how to describe this. So there's the main house, which is the inn itself. There's steps that go up to the main entry. Beside that, there's a gate that goes to an inner sort of courtyard, which is more or less enclosed by either fences or buildings. Okay. So that's where horses are stabled. That's where uh, coaches are kept and such. At that larger gate, there's an entry which is above the mud and muck, right? So it more or less steps off at the height of a typical coach, right? So coach would pull up, doors would open, persons would step out on that landing and go in, right? All of it's enclosed. Well, enclosed. There's a roof over it, which is where the walkway over the gate is. Is this all making sense to everybody?
It does, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So that gate is actually closed at the moment. As you approach the main, the entrance, the other entrance, you come up some steps. Oh, by the way, the inn is built on a stone foundation, right? So there's steps that are built into the stonework that go up to a ledge or the foundation that the house is set on. Now, you'll also notice that the stonework these are very large blocks, very atypical of what you would normally see in like a manor house or something, which might lead you to conclude that this is part of a much older fortification of some kind.
Built by ancient aliens?
Yes, exactly. Ancient aliens. Okay. Okay, so covered all of that. All right, so wow, I need to get dice out. All right. I have dice. I'm ready. Okay. So, at this hour, the door will be closed and barred. There is a rope that you all know, of course, is a bell to announce your presence. I presume someone will go ahead and give that a pull.
I will.
Okay. Oh, I got to mention, yes, you see light streaming out of the windows. There's fire, obviously, in the fireplaces. There's several fireplaces. And you hear music and drinking and laughter. So after a brief moment, there is over the doorway here, there's a small, what do you call them? Shelter that you can stand under. It's not very big or wide or anything. It's enough to cover the door and maybe several feet out in front of it, but certainly not enough to cover everybody. Okay, so after a moment or two, the window in the door will open, and you'll see someone there who says, "Who are you? What do you want here?"
We're here for the prancing pony.
What?
Sorry, I was making a joke.
We're travelers who have come to find a place to stay for this cold winter night.
Okay, well, the person kind of eyes you all. Just realized I didn't have my video on. Hey. So now you can see me gesturing. There's the thingy over the top of the door. I hope that helps clarify that moment. Okay. Right. So he'll open the door. You can see someone you surmise to be in his 40s or so. Right. So, Wes, you recognize this fellow. His name's John. That's Jonne. You've been here before.
Oh, that's true.
You know his. He and his wife Vilma are the proprietor and owners. And he ushers you all in. He says, "Hang your things here." You see that there are. So there's an entry. There's a cloakroom, which is heated for drying out people's clothing. Right? You're expected to go in and divest yourselves of your traveling outer garments here. He does not seem to notice you, Wes, unless you make yourself known. He does appear to be rather occupied with something.
Well, I won't interrupt him, but after we come out of the cloakroom and we see him, I'll recognize him.
Okay. So yeah, he gets people sort of organized. Take care of your things here. He'll ask, "Are you staying the night, and for how many?" That is, he's asking how many rooms, not how many people. He can count, obviously.
You say that.
What's that guy's name?
John, Jonn.
No, not John. The carriage guy.
I don't know that anyone has seen the carriage guy. What do you
we
mean?
met him before. He's the traveling salesman guy, right?
Oh, you're talking about Luther.
Yes, Luther. That's his name. He's the guy we're traveling with, right? Or that's what the plan
Um,
was.
right.
Okay.
So you don't see his. Yeah, you don't see his wagon here, although it's probably inside in shelter. But
Right. But it
he's
was
supposed to be here.
previously at the crossroads, and he went this way. We went to Telgar.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, tell him that will all depend upon uh, Luther's plans on how long we'll stay.
Very important to name drop.
Okay. So when you mention Luther, of course, he'll turn and look at you and my lord. I did not realize it was your fine person and entourage. Um, of course. I will certainly let Luther know that you're here. He's actually entertained at the moment, but as soon as they uh, come out, I will be sure to inform him of your presence. He did not make me aware that you would be seeking him, but no matter. I'm afraid your usual room's actually been taken, but let me arrange things as best I may for you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. And it's been a short notice of events.
Okay. So, yeah, he quickly makes his way into the inn, calling out for his wife, uh, Vilma. That's Vilma. And she'll, of course, come out from the back and he'll meet her at the bar. And there's a rather hurried exchange between the two of them. And she, of course, will look over in your direction. And she's clearly a bit, how to put this, flustered. Um,
I'll smile and bow, though.
oh, well, she will, she will, you know, hush, John, and um, having recognized her, she will immediately make her way to you, um, and she will make apologies for uh, um, uh, we were not expecting you this season.
That's quite all right. I was not expecting to come this way myself.
Um, well, let me make arrangements for your you and your company. Um, and I'll have some food brought out shortly. Um, I'm afraid the um, private room is occupied, but please make yourselves comfortable beside the fire. Uh, in fact, she will, as she's talking, she will lead you over toward one of the fire pits. Or, I'm sorry, one of the fireplaces. There's
Hmm.
two. Um, uh,
I'm sure whatever you can arrange will be most excellent. Thank you.
yeah. So so the inn is not like, how would I describe it? It's not like totally full of people. But there are certainly local farmers and such that are here. Um, but she will make room near the fire, uh, perhaps displacing a few people in the process to accommodate your party. Um,
I'm gonna comment at that, like, wow, you got a little bit of a sway here. You're like, is this like the place where, you just hang out all the time, or like,
I just stop here as to and from Hamlet. in the past.
Okay. Um,
I can read the map, but I'm gonna let that go.
okay. So, um,
I mean, all we know is all the girls get flustered when he walks in,
Uh-huh.
and it's not actually on the way between Hamlet and Telgar.
And
So,
he's got a private room.
and he's got his usual room.
um, so as she's departing, Vilma will say, the baths, uh, are particularly warm in winter. I'm sure you will find them as comfortable as always.
I'm sure I
Uh,
would, and they're greatly needed.
oh yes, you will want one of the larger pools for your. She looks at you kind of questioningly for your company. She seems uncertain.
For my friends.
Very, very good,
Okay,
close friends.
all right, all right. So she will scurry off to the uh, inn or to the kitchens, calling out for certain persons to help her. Okay, so you settle in. Food's brought out. Um, um, they have a roast wild pig, and they'll bring carvings out of that, um, along with some very good wine. Um, let's see. As things sort of settle down from your entry, the music will pick up again. There is a fellow, no one you recognize, playing uh, near one of the fire. But yeah,
From all of this and like the fancy wine and the talk about a bath and all of that stuff, um, I'm gonna I guess lean over to Wes and be like, so usually if you have to ask how expensive it is, you can't afford it. And I'm afraid to ask about how expensive this is. So are we gonna um kind of like dip out real quick in the morning or
I'll take care of any group requirements tonight.
okay. And then I'll immediately order another bottle of wine.
okay, all right, okay. Um, so yes, you've all kind of settled in. Um, After the meal, um, Vilma will uh, let you know that your rooms are ready. She apologizes that she's not able to um, accommodate everyone in the same room or in the same suite. Um, However, uh, she's confident that the um, accommodations will be to your liking.
I'm sure they will.
Uh, so she asks if she asks when you would like to take your baths.
Right after dinner, before we head out for the night, or head out for the night.
Okay.
Did I say after dinner?
Usually I'm not due for like another month or so, but okay.
It'll be after dinner.
Okay. So she asks if you would like someone to assist with your gear to your rooms while you settle into the baths then?
That would be excellent.
Okay. So she'll get some hands to carry your stuff up to, let's see, so she will get a porter to take Wes's stuff, but for everyone else, she says there's a room, a storage room, and she'll provide a key. Let's see, there's too many people. So she'll give the key to Wes and say, this is the key to the storage room where everyone's gear will be kept until they're ready for it. And that when you come back up from the baths, she will escort you to your rooms. Okay, so took care of the gear. Okay, so after dinner, after the meal, then, and you've settled a little bit, she will return and escort you to the grotto. So there's a covered walkway that leads out from this building to the north, that's toward the cliff, and to another building. And there's a lot of steam and smoke coming out of this building. Well, I should say steam mostly. But you can see here as you enter, there's a stairway that, well, there's a balcony that overlooks a natural fissure, and there's a lot of steam coming out of the fissure, and there's a stairwell that makes its way down into the fissure. Okay.
Oh.
And she will lead you all down. And you've obviously been here before, Wes, but for the others, there's how do you put it? It's not a geyser. It's hot springs. And there are several pools, right? So the upper pools are cooler than the lower pools. As they bubble up, they cool off.
Okay.
And so now, of course, there are varying sets of these, right? The deepest ones are really hot. Not a lot of people can handle that, but they bubble up, and the point at which they cool off enough is where the waterfall goes out. It's not much of a waterfall, but it drops out the cliff and down the cliff face.
Into the
Right?
ocean?
Correct.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, so there's actually several of these pools, and there's um, let's see, there's these vents. That's what they're called. There's these hot steam vents that come up and fill the pools, right? And these vents come out at different places along this chain of pools. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I hope this is making sense to everybody.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So the lower ones are hotter because the steam at that point is hotter. Oh, steam, right? But yeah, it gets more heat than the upper pools. So, but the upper pools also collect more water. And there's a point, the largest pool at the top goes in spills off toward the cliffside, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's pools that go down in that direction, which are even cooler. Okay. And then there's this one that's at the end, which is where the waterfall is, and you can actually sit out there above the waterfall and look out over the ocean.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So, yes, people obviously come here for the pools. But, I mean, they're in some ways secluded from each other as well. So there's, some privacy that can be had. Okay, so there's a changing room. There are towels and such where you can dry off and stow your gear and all that.
Okay.
So we spend a relaxing few hours in the pools. There, of course, are other people here as well.
But not Luther, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Very nice.
Yes. Shu will want to know if you would like refreshments here as well.
I think we'll be fine.
Okay. All right. So, there are bath attendants for those who would like the extra scrubbing down.
Definitely.
Of course, they require money.
So just to be clear, are they bath attendants for the extra scrubbing down, or were there air quotes around that?
I suppose that depends. So yes, you could
Okay.
put air quotes around that.
Fair enough.
There's also real scrubbing down going.
See, I'm convinced that Wes is player, so
He is.
Yeah. It's all about the price, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So unless someone wants to say that they're going to be spending for the additional services, I'm going to assume they're not.
that's probably fair. I'm actually going down to the hot end of the baths.
Okay.
Because I have heat resistance and I never get to use it. So
Oh, this is a good place to test it out.
exactly.
Yes, I'm not sure this was exactly what it was intended for, but by all means.
Target is protected from natural heat up to 170 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, that's pretty clear.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, we enjoy the baths. Yay. Oh, it's pretty clear that, actually, let's get a die roll. This is a scan roll. Go ahead and make scan rolls, please.
39. Did it show? It did. Yay! That should be successful. Let me double check. Long tab. Scan. Definitely easy.
Okay.
I have a base success.
Okay. You'll notice that those of you who do make your scan, that several of the people in the baths here are rather heavily tattooed with well, anchors and rope and different sorts of
Sailor stuff.
sailor stuff. Yes, but you'll notice that several of them have what looks like a raven tattooed on their left shoulder.
Have we run into something like that before? A raven tattoo
No,
kind of thing, or a raven as a symbol?
no,
Okay.
not that I can think of.
It would have been something obscure, but I couldn't think of anything offhand either.
Yeah, I'm not aware of. Although Runt can make a roll.
Does a 14 cut it?
Yes, it probably does.
Is it maybe a special?
It depends on what the roll is.
Right. So Runt. Let's see here. I can. I'm going to send you a text. Let's keep this easy.
Okay. Was there ever kerfluffle from my friends and theirs?
Uh, no.
Okay.
No, it's I wouldn't say a kerfluffle. there's probably a certain degree of opportunity that occurs between the two.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So much more amicable then.
Well, I mean that's a little bit relative, but yeah.
As long as profit is to be had on both sides.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. You understand perfectly.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So yeah, these guys are have obvious scars from fights and stuff. That is most of them. And they, of course, are very much enjoying their time here. All right. Anything anyone wants to do aside from the bath?
Not me.
Okay.
I'm perfectly happy people watching tonight.
Okay.
I'm inclined to agree since I had a very eventful evening the night before.
That was great. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy to spend time here just soaking up the mineral waters and enjoying the baths. And I mean, you potentially could just stay here all night long, but eventually you're going to turn into a prune. The sailors don't seem to mind that one bit, but you know, people come and go as the evening goes on. The bath maids they don't actually close the pools, so to speak, but the bath maids have hours that Vilma requires them to keep. You'll notice that there's some grumbling from the sailors, but they don't make too much of a fuss as the bath attendants are excused from the baths.
I think that's a good signal for us to go to,
Okay.
at least for
All
Wes.
right. All right. So is anybody staying past that point? This is like 1:00 at night now.
Not I.
No.
Okay. So as you come up, I should have mentioned, when you were in the changing rooms, one of the bath attendants would ask if anyone wanted their clothes laundered.
Wes is really tempted to, but he understands where we're going. That may not be the best.
So is that a yes or a no for anybody? I
That's a
guess I'm
no.
not hearing anything, so that's a no.
I
All
think
right.
it's no.
Did I come across? I mean, I was sitting back. Did the mic pick that up?
I heard
Yes,
you.
you were debating
Yes.
whether your clean clothes should be cleaned.
And if we really need to have clean clothes, when we get the black backwater.
Okay. Well, sounds like there's some uncertainty and indecision. Therefore, no. All right, that's fine. So, all right, won't worry about that. Okay. You make your way back up from the baths. And Luther is there waiting for you. And when he first sees you, you will recognize that he's a bit surprised. And he'll look at Velma, who has stayed up, and you'll catch that she nods, and he'll then look at you guys again and motion you over. And as you approach, you will see that he's sitting with a couple of other people. There's a dark-haired woman in a leather vest, leather pants, and boots. On a hook next to her where she's sitting, there's a rapier and a floppy hat that has a black feather stuck in it. You also see another figure who is, again, a leather vest, but otherwise bare-chested. This guy is very strong. I mean, you can see his muscles. He is heavily tattooed, and is clearly a seasoned sailor. He has a dagger in his sash, as well as a I forgot to look up those little thumping sticks. It's like a mace hanging from the other side. As Luther stands, he'll say, I was told that there were some additions to our passage. I certainly did not expect you.
We hope we did not keep you waiting too long.
So with that, the captain will look at you, and Luther will say, allow me to introduce Hailey, the captain and master of the ship below. And her first mate, this is Henrik.
Below is a really odd name for a ship.
Oh, he chuckles. I'm sorry. The ship's name is Glass.
I mean, that's slightly better, but still.
She kind of looks at you. You have something to say about my ship?
I mean, it's got an interesting name. It means it's bound to be an interesting crew and an interesting journey, right?
She kind of looks at Henrik and let's hope it is far less interesting than any of that. And she looks at Luther and says, they're your responsibility. And with that, she will get up, and Henrik will follow her.
Does she take your rapier and a floppy hat?
Yes, she does. Well, just make yourself at home, silly kitty. Okay.
Okay, yep, we'll talk with Luther, kind of explain how we got to be here, that kind of thing. We weren't really expecting to be doing this kind of stuff either.
All right. This probably isn't the best place to talk. Follow me. So he'll take you to the conference room. It's not a conference room. It's a private dining room. And first, let me say, I don't need to know what this is about. I don't care. What I understand is that you're going to make your way to Minnock, and I'm to help you with transit, both from here and from Backwater.
That's what we were told.
Is there anything specific to that I need to be aware of?
Just that we'll need to acquire appropriate attire in Backwater.
Okay. How do you intend to present yourselves?
Wes will look at Raymond.
I'm just a fighter.
Okay, after a brief pause, he will say, I'll see what I can do once we get to Backwater. Just be aware, I haven't recently been to Minnock. The last time I was there, let's just say it is not a pleasant place. So whatever you come up with for why you're there, I would encourage you to be as innocuous, let me rephrase, as unnoticeable as possible. So consider that in your decision as to how to present yourselves. But you don't have to decide that right now. In any case, we will be leaving on the noon tide, so you have that much time to make arrangements in any other fashion that you wish. Gentlemen, ladies, good night. And he will get up and go to bed.
Well, gents, what's the plan?
Luther's not nearly as cheerful when he's doing shady stuff.
Apparently, Kylie was none too happy either.
Oh, not impressed.
I really did not think our reputation preceded us that much.
Perhaps it's not the reputation, but rather any reputation.
Yeah, no reputation. Who are these Who are these kids? What are they doing here?
And why are we waiting on them?
I mean, we can start name dropping if we need to.
It's not like we're asking them to take the mystery machine across for us or something. Come on.
No, we're only asking them to do their normal job, so no big deal. It's like inconveniencing the bus driver because you ask him to take you to the next stop.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Whatever they were doing, this is an interruption to that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I mean, I'm glad they're actually getting paid for doing their job.
Doing something for us. So we're gonna try to do like a mercenary group kind of thing, or
That's kind of what I figured. I mean, any city, correct me if I'm wrong, has small adventuring parties coming in and out. I think we can look like a small evil adventuring party. It's not too far of a step from these small good adventuring parties.
You mean just go as yourselves?
Except for the holy symbols, yes.
no,
Elf
not
Adventures
exactly
fun.
as ourselves.
Just say the holy symbols are a new thing. New year, new you. You're trying to turn over a new leaf. You figure, it can't hurt to grab a this, that, or the other and pray a little bit.
But Wes's Tabard's probably a strong giveaway.
Yep, that needs to go.
But I mean, it's not like they take attendance at the town gate.
Right.
I mean, didn't we kind of get the third degree when we came to Telgar?
We didn't.
Only people whose reputation preceded them got the third degree.
Well, maybe this time, if I have a reputation that precedes me, it'll help me get into this place.
That might be true as well. But I'm thinking nondescript adventuring parties probably. First of all, it's not really a stretch for us.
Yep.
And it's also not very hard from a costuming disguise viewpoint.
Well, we could always purport to be messengers carrying a very important message. One of importance enough to require enough people to ensure that the message makes it to its intended recipient.
Who is?
To be disclosed at a later time.
Oh. So we're just random people walking into a random town, taking a random message to a random person.
A nondescript person.
A nondescript random person.
But important. So you shouldn't mess
important.
with us.
Yes. Yes. And then if we had, say, a very convincing prop like, a sealed message that we could actually provide should push come to shove, and then, some reputable names to drop in that exchange, it'd probably help us with our cover pretty well.
Disreputable names, but yeah.
Well, reputable to them, disreputable in Telgar.
I think the operative question or word is, what are those names?
That would help.
Well, I mean, let's brainstorm them, guys. What do you think would go
Hi,
over well in Minot?
hi, we're the ambassadors from the Howler, and
We have a message for someone
we have,
important.
we
We've
have a
been trying
message
to
for
reach
somebody
you about your
important.
Actually,
car's extended
we do
warranty.
know about that brigand group down in Guldak, right?
Well, so I mean, if there are the type of people that would be, favored there but not favored here, I mean, who would those people be?
We could claim we're from that group of people we ran into in the middle of the forest. You remember
Mm,
the people we ran into while we were waiting for Sir Michael's group to come back?
I don't think we speak Norse
I
well enough for that.
I was gonna say I do. Thank you very much. I have a 50. I can hold a conversation.
Oh, okay. I can ask for another beer and where's the bathroom?
All very important, by the way.
Especially in that order. First the beer, then the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Um, well, I don't know that we know enough about them in the fact that if those groups were in Minot and were like, "Oh, you're with us? We don't recognize you." That might be bad.
That's true.
that
But if
would
we
be
were
bad.
to purport as being from a group that isn't based in Minot, I think that might help. I mean, there's got to be some like thugs or disreputables in Telgar that we could pull a name out of a hat or something and
Like
fly
the
a
dudes
flag
with the
for.
raven?
Well, no, we don't want to do that because that's literally the captain and the ship we're going on. That's not a good idea.
Spider.
Okay, that's an interesting name.
In fact, doesn't he want you to give a
Sounds
message to somebody?
sounds very intimidating. This spider individual.
Wait, that's right. Didn't he ask you to take a message?
Does
Excuse
anybody
me.
know that?
I
Let's retcon that a moment. I don't
I'm
know that he said anything about.
This whole conversation
not
is my
not
subtle
even
way
I
to
was gonna
come up
say
with a ruse for.
not even for those of us who were there.
Um, one of you were in fact there,
Uh-huh.
That's true, but did
and
they say anything?
one of you were that's not currently here was also too completely wasted to remember any of it, which was I was
But she did
appreciative
spill
of.
her guts the next morning.
Literally and figuratively.
I remember that. I'd have to go back and check my notes to see what exactly she said.
Yeah, so the question, of course, is whether Paul mentions anything or Tindo.
Kendo did say
I,
something because she was bursting at the seams to tell me something about that night. I forgot what it was though.
She had a lot of fun gambling and meeting my friends.
Yes,
one
she did.
particularly impressive spider by name. Met this guy named Spider, and he was so cute.
That's a really
Um,
funny name.
Yes,
I
Why
that
would
too.
your mom name you Spider?
yep. So I think Spider's a good choice. That if we were to want to,
Yes,
go
Pinto
under
tells
the gun.
Wes and everyone about Spider.
Yes, and
Raymond has heard of Spider before. He was oversight of criminal activities on the west side of town.
So, I think that
But we don't know
being
about the deliver the message thing.
a relatively local name in Telgar would be a little bit safer than other names, right? So
Of
yeah,
course it would.
I mean, and there's probably not a lot of likelihood of it getting back to someone in Telgar that we're running around, saying that we're delivering a message that might look something like this, and I'll pull it out and just kind of set it on the table.
Wouldn't it be cool though if all had these wooden tokens that had a little spider carved onto them?
I mean, I assume it's a sealed letter.
yes,
Um,
it's
does
in
it?
a scroll tube.
Yeah. Does it have any noticeable icon pressed into the seal?
Yes, it's you recognize it as the symbols for day and night, i.e., the day man and the night man,
Hmm.
and you have some confidence that anyone in your profession would recognize the symbol,
Sure.
but it is otherwise innocuous. It's sort of like uh, what a shield, divided at an angle
Hmm.
and dark on one side, light on the other side.
Sure. So I think we have everything we need to really run with this idea.
So I would mention one thing here. um, you're pretty sure that Spider intended for this to be delivered discreetly.
And I have the best of intentions to deliver it discreetly. Just sometimes plans change along the way because things get complicated.
Well, while you guys think about that, I'm going to go feed the cats. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, it might not be something we want to go just throw around or lead with or talk about a lot,
Right,
but
yeah, but it's something you can have, in your pocket.
yeah, absolutely. Because it's better to be prepared and have our story in sync up front than to try to have to, wing it in the moment.
Yep. Concur.
So yeah, we're just if anyone untowards asks, we're delivering a message for Spider.
Now we're actually going to Minok to try and find signs of the priest, right? That went missing from Hamlet.
Right.
But we didn't really have any
Yes.
clues of who took him, did we?
Not that I know of.
Nope.
Do we think it has to do with that Burning Eye cult thing that seems to be raising its head, or started to raise its head in Holland, or in the Moat House?
I suspect it does. I think that's a good working assumption.
Okay, at least gives us something to try to, work around and towards.
Seems like a solid start, at least.
But there wasn't anything in the vampire cave, right? It was just the markings.
I think that's right.
And it was his armor we found in the torture chamber, right?
We found his armor somewhere.
And there was a shield and armor, if I remember right, that we found in a torture chamber with a zombie and a ghoul, wasn't it? It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds real.
And what did who did he worship?
He was oh, I don't God, I thought he was a Mathian cleric, but because he was the person that ran the temple before.
You had to.
Well, yeah, before I had to.
Okay, I'm back. Do we have a? I was going to say, do we have a plan? But maybe I should ask. The evening goes by, morning comes. There are crates that have been offloaded from the ship. And brought up to the inn. Looks like selections of wine from the islands.
Where are the islands?
There are islands to the west of Telgar.
Oh, okay. Out past the map?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
That's another nation out there. It's not controlled by the Northern Kingdoms, the Lords of Bloodstone. It's independent. I mean, it's another kingdom. So, they are finishing that in the morning. All of that will have been brought up. Of course, breakfast and getting ready.
Hey, Bruce. What's his armor? Is it heraldic?
Yeah,
I thought so.
it is. Yeah, it is not nondescript.
So he's going to leave that boxed up here.
Okay.
What about his dagger and rapier?
I would not describe them as plain, if
No,
that's
no,
what
yeah,
you.
no, because they're steel for one thing, right? But
Exactly.
would anybody be able to distinguish family allegiance from anything on it? Any symbolism, that kind of stuff?
Oh, I'm sure the rapier has the house symbol on it,
Okay,
the coat of arms. Well, not the coat of arms, but your coat of arms.
right. So what I'm thinking is getting like a piece of hard leather to make like a basket hilt to go over that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, good. So
Sure.
I'll leave all my armor here. I figured I have to buy some new stuff anyway when we get the backwater.
Okay.
But I guess the plan is that, we're going to Minot to deliver a message. Obviously, we're not going to tell people that, but if our back gets up against the wall, that's what we have in our back pocket.
Okay.
But I guess the intent is to be a nondescript mercenary group on a mission.
Well, and nondescript doesn't mean we need to be quiet and stealthy and weak, right? If
Right.
people push up to us, we push back.
That's right. Cut their throats. Feed them to the dogs.
I mean, maybe a little less of the murder, but yeah, you know.
So let's reiterate why Sir Michael has sent you out here.
Yeah, we're looking for signs of the priest. We were just talking about that.
Okay.
Which reminds me, what deity did he worship?
He was a follower of St. Cuthbert.
Oh, okay. I thought so, but I was thinking maybe that was pulled out for your pantheon thing.
Well, so lots of minor saints, but everybody, I mean, it all funnels up to the greater gods, right? So, I mean,
Oh, okay.
you could easily say Sylvanus, but yeah.
And we found his shield and his armor in the torture chamber in the moat house,
Correct.
or under the moat house.
Under the moat house, yes. And also you found outside the grave site, right? The tomb.
Yeah, the vampire cave.
There
That's what we're going to call it.
yes, that. Um there were some
Shackles.
manacles, shackles along a wall, and scratched into the wall there was a symbol of St. Cuthbert. Um,
And then my knock 3 days or something like that.
yes, exactly. And you also saw in the temple the somebody who was that? That was Aiden's character. Alexander saw, or no, it was Paul's character who looked over the edge and saw one of the priests, and he
Oh, that's right. They were
recognized
dripping blood down into the cauldron, right?
that's right, and
Yeah.
he recognized that that was an acolyte of the priest that you're looking for.
Okay, and we are kind of thinking that this burning eye cult is somehow tied into this. So that's the only real clue we have to go forward once we get to Minot.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's our plan.
Okay.
Get to backwater, buy new clothes. Well, not new clothes, but different clothes and armor.
Okay.
Get outfitted. Head to
Um.
Minot and start looking around. I'm guessing that Runt will want to try to deliver his message fairly soon after we arrive. We'll be his backup, watch his back kind of thing.
Okay. All right. So,
My only thought there is that if we get rid of the message sooner, we have to come up with a different reason why we're still in town. So,
We could be waiting for a reply or for our next assignment.
good. Okay.
I'm just waiting for the message to be kill this messenger and everyone with him.
So about that. So,
I love
um,
that message.
so I've already had a hankering of trying to crack this thing open.
I just look at him. Why am I not surprised?
How 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 long is this trip gonna be?
Well, um, depending on the weather conditions, it could be 3 days to backwater. And from backwater, depending on when you leave, it's going to be possibly 5 days or more to Minnock.
So I got to sit with this thing for a week and not succumb to the temptation to open it. Got it.
Are we going to have to make what kind of roll would that be?
Well,
Self-control, will rolls.
no, because I'm just going to fail them. So the question is,
When do I open it?
what
Since I'm going
what
to open it.
what sort of rolls would it take to redo the seal and
Oh,
not let it be discovered that I have tampered with it?
well, that is a great question.
Because I think they are skills that I might possess and be able to feasibly do.
Unfortunately, Reynald was the forgery expert, not Raymond.
Yeah, so it's 3.5 days to backwater and another 8 days to Minnock. Okay. Right. Skills. We're wondering what skills. Let's take a look. Well, I think it's devise to open it without marring it in some way. And it's also going to be devised to reseal it. Now, keep in mind that the whole purpose of the seal is
Is to
to,
prevent this kind of thing.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. And of course, you don't have the symbol to replace it if it's damaged in some way.
Right. No, I would have to very carefully, you know, heat the wax seal without distorting the symbol on the top, such that I could repress the bottom portion of it back down into it and keep the original iconography protected. Yeah, no, it certainly would not be an easy thing to do. I only have a devise of 56, so I don't know that I'm super confident that I'm going to be able to pull that off.
And I would further comment that this is a difficult task, i.e., there are minuses.
So, just as an idle question, could I cast heat resistance on part of an item?
I don't know.
I like the question.
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
And people say I'm a bad influence.
Well, you pull this out, you give me a problem. So,
let's see, where's that list? Which list is that in?
protections.
If you have it right in front of you, you can read whether it's target or not.
Target is protected from natural heat up to 170 degrees Fahrenheit. For temperatures above, there's a mechanic.
Yeah.
Subtract 100 to determine the effective temperature for the target. Target also receives plus $20 resistance rolls versus heat spells and heat attacks. The duration of the spell is 10 minutes per level if cast on a non-mobile target. If cast on a mobile target, the spell will last as long as the caster concentrates. If cast on a non-mobile target that is moved, the spell is dispelled.
So the word target has a specific meaning, and I believe that's defined in one of these references. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty confident it's an all or nothing. I don't know. I don't know
No,
that
that's
it's.
fine. I'm trying to think outside the box. So I think that is a perfectly reasonable interpretation.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
So, Runt, how hard would it be to split the seal in half and then put it back together? I mean, how thick is it?
I would just be worried that putting it back together
I'm completely. I understand completely.
would kind of ruin
The effect.
the iconography on the seal and would show that it's been tampered with.
Possibly. I was thinking about splitting it horizontally, not vertically.
We have a carpenter on the ship, right?
We do.
Could I talk
You have it.
to
You have
Paul, right?
Yeah, Paul.
Could I get Paul to whittle me a seal that looks exactly like what is pressed into this wax?
Take a look at his. So Alvis has a size of 3940.
But isn't his carpentry higher?
Yes, but carpentry is that's not a fine arts skill, so to speak. But yes, it is. So carpentry is joinery, that sort of thing.
I mean, doesn't carpentry cover carving the details and whatnot into wood that is like, filigree and molding?
It is, but the symbol that is represented there is made with it's typically like a signet ring, which is a
I mean, it's
jewelry
typically
skill.
sure, but there's no reason we couldn't do the exact same effect out of wood in a more disposable fashion. I mean, it's typically done out of a signet ring so you can carry it on your person, or out of a handheld stamp seal so that it can be done out of, a more artistically pleasing or durable material, but a temporary one out of wood that we can chuck afterwards would just be carving that exact same symbol in negative relief.
Right, but the complication, yes, I get what you're saying. In theory, that's all great, but it also goes to the medium. So the wood is going to have wood grain in it, and
This
the
is true.
grain is going to be a relief on the wax.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
So, if you've got a signet or a symbol made in silver, it's going to have a much finer
So
relief.
so you take the wood grain and then you use that to make the mold to make the signet ring.
Well,
Yes, but that still
actually,
requires
no.
jewelers.
It,
Yeah.
you actually use wax or other, yes, there's a lost wax technique. There are other techniques to do, fine crafting. So yes, I mean, in theory, yes, he could do something like that. Uh, it would be also difficult, um, but also the media itself that he'd be working in is problematic for what it is you're trying to do. If he had clay or sculpting skills, that would be one thing.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Unfortunately, I know a little bit about fine arts, so it's a nice try.
I mean, all I'm hearing is that we have to finely sand such that the grain doesn't actually carry through.
It's more than that. You would have to get like an epoxy or something to fill in the grain and sand that down.
Yeah,
I
porous
suppose
versus
you
non-porous surface.
Well, but
right.
they use sawdust as a filler for a lot of things, which we would have from the woodworking in general. Because again, it doesn't have to be durable; it only has to work once.
No, it's not about the durability. It's about the final product. And if you're stamping something with a a metal device and you want to replicate that in wood, you would have to use. I don't know that it can be done in wood. Wood's got a grain, so you'd have to use some kind of material on top of that, um, like clay, for instance. So clay is a possibility. But here again, you've got to use the right kind of clay. It can't just be, you know,
Random dirt.
right.
Hmm.
Play-Doh.
Yeah, Play-Doh would work. No, that's probably worse than wood.
Oh yeah, nasty.
Um, if you had, let's see, yes, is it possible? Sure. Do you have the materials at hand and do you have the time? No. In other words, you would need a real hard wood like ironwood, but even that's got a grain to it. But you can polish that down to a high finish. Um, so yeah, it's not impossible to your point.
No, I mean
But
the it doesn't do us any good if that is harder than just doing it the old-fashioned way of cracking and resealing and utilizing the same thing. So, I mean, I guess a combination, right? Because I could use that as a backup. I could try to actually just break into it, and then if that doesn't fly, then see about replacing it. I mean, there's also the possibility that just read it and don't actually deliver it.
We could open it and be real careful, and if we break it in the process, well, we lost it.
I got mugged and someone stole it.
Yeah.
But I'll stop by the person and let them know I had a letter for them. But that
But we
expire.
opened it.
Well, no, I'm not going to let them know that I opened it. But
No, right.
they just got. I didn't realize how rough and tumble Minot was. I kind of got mugged as soon as I got to the city. So while we're at it, do you have some cash I can borrow, or a place I can stay for the night?
This just gets better.
I don't know. Let's move on from this, and I'll move on. I'll mull over my threat assessment and see what I want to do here.
Okay. I can see that Runt is very tempted by the opportunity to
Yes.
look at what's in the tube.
Well, Runt has always had poor impulse control, so
I could just see, he opens it up and there's a letter that says to Runt.
Runt,
open
flying,
this first.
feeding bug. I knew you were going to get into here.
Yeah, it's gonna say read me :
Wow, am I that predictable?
To some people, probably.
Apparently, you have a reputation, which seems to be appropriate. All right. Let's see. Lost. Here we are. Back to Cliffside Inn. Okay. So morning has come. Breakfast. The last of the cargoes moved up from the ship.
What's the cargo they're taking on?
Us.
Other than us.
There is none that you see.
Okay.
Yeah, they're offloading stuff. You don't see anything being taken to the ship.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So all of this is overseen by Henrik, by the way. The captain is aboard ship. And at some point, the proprietor will let you know that Luther has gone below to the ship.
Has gone missing?
No. John will let you know that Luther asked him to tell you that he's going to be boarding shortly.
We will follow suit because we do not want to delay them.
Miss the boat. All right. Okay. So you've made your preparations as they can be, such that they can be whilst here. So you gather your stuff. So anything that's being left behind, do you want it shipped to Telgar? You want it taken to Telgar? I need to know where the gear is going to be.
That's a West question.
Yeah, if we can get it shipped to Telgar, I prefer that, but I have no problem really with just leaving it here. If she's got a box, we can lock it in.
Oh yeah, it would certainly be safe here. She assures you of that. So you're the only one leaving stuff here then?
I believe so.
I think that's correct.
Okay.
All right. The priest wants to leave his priestly robes here.
I probably should. So I'll leave them with Wes's stuff.
Okay. All right. So they'll get that all boxed up. and put away for storage. Okay. All right. Anything else to do here?
That's it.
Not
No.
that I know.
Okay. Well, in that case, the party gets on the boat. Look at that. It goes together. And we'll set sail.
Is the captain wearing her floppy hat and rapier?
She is. Yeah, she has boots that come up just below the knees and fold down.
She's got a pirate clothes.
Is there any visible glass?
You don't. Well, she has on her.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean on her. I mean on the ship.
You don't see any. Well, there's lanterns.
Okay.
You see no reason for why the ship would be named Glass.
Kind of looking around and like studying the ship and trying to figure it out.
Roll a percentile.
Solid no.
Okay, you're checking out the ship.
Yep.
I don't know what you. Do you know anything about ships?
No.
Probably, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. Yep. Well, that's not inappropriate then. All right.
Yep. I just wander around looking at the ship, trying to figure out why it's called Glass.
Wes wants to spend some time on the forecastle
Okay.
with the wind in his hair and admiring the captain from afar.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Anything anyone else is doing?
I imagine I'm trying not to be seasick. So
Yeah, do we make constitution rolls or something for that?
Does anyone have any sailing skills of any kind? If no,
No.
then sure, we could make con rolls.
not unless you count swim.
Yeah, I would count swimming. You can use your swim roll instead of a con times 3.
Oh, my con times 3 is much better.
So is mine.
Con times 3.
I took a point in swimming because it's always a good idea.
I mean, I guess I'll roll swim.
Yeah, I made it.
I made it too. Look at that.
Almost a con times 1.
Ooh,
Ooh. Do I get a check mark for that?
no.
I rolled a 18 versus my swim of 50.
Ooh. So no, this is not a con times 1 roll. However, if you miss the roll by 25% greater than what you need, let me know. As you will not be feeling well. Okay, hearing from no one, I will assume that everyone was at least that successful.
Yep.
Oh, didn't go together.
You have to move the ship, not the party. The party is on the ship, so you select the ship. Okay. So
That's not
first
very
day.
far.
What's that?
That's not very far.
What do you mean?
That's only like an inch
What?
on the
What are
map.
you
The
talking
ship.
about?
The ship on the map.
Okay. Oh, it didn't move very far?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I think his comment was that at the first day, if that's all we moved, this isn't very quick travel.
Yeah, I miscounted. It's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. So
Holy
longer
cow.
than it's 7 days across there. Unless, hang on, let me see if the winds are favorable. That will cut the time. The winds are not particularly favorable, but not bad. So no improvement in speed. It's going to be 7 days.
Is it 1 day per hex on the water as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it is. It's 2 days because you're moving the full time. So it's halved. So 3.5 days. Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, my bad.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to figure it out what the math is. That's all. Okay.
Yeah. If you're not going by stagecoach, if you're just traveling yourselves, you have to stop and rest. If you're in a coach, the coach just has to change its horses, provided it's got a means to do that, and then it moves, not quote unquote faster, but longer
Mm-hmm.
through the night.
More time traveled. Yeah, more duration.
Yeah. So same with ships. Ships aren't particularly fast, but they move constantly.
Ah, okay.
Now that said, yes, some ships are fast. Sure.
Especially when you have water elementals embedded in the hull.
Or air elementals or wind mage, someone to control the winds, that
Ooh,
sort of
I can
thing.
do that.
So just to be clear,
It's a light breeze. 20 feet per
there
round.
uh,
You realize all he's doing is getting us to burn up our mana points before the Kraken comes, right?
Yeah. And also working on that whole maintaining a low profile. I only support this if you use it as a flirting maneuver with the captain.
if we were playing Seven Seas, it would have to be what's the word, dramatic.
Oh, yeah.
You can do it if it's dramatic.
Yeah, 20 feet around is not enough to do any good, so I won't bother.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's much of a push. But what I was going to say is that there are some graduates from the school in Telgar who specifically focus on wind magics to go into employment in shipping as, yeah.
Seems like
Oh,
it
Why
would
they
be a
do that stuff?
profitable and easy job.
let's see. Okay, so day one. Okay. Let's see. It's about a third. At the end of the day, that first day, you're more or less there. There are no encounters. However, everyone can make a scan roll.
Still made it.
That's a special, but not a critical.
Ooh.
I succeeded.
Okay, Raymond. You see a speck in the sky to the south of you.
I didn't realize we could see Hamlet at this distance.
The carpet?
Let me rephrase. It's way up above you.
Oh, what was that other thing? Oh, is it a ship?
I would say I pointed out to Wes in particular.
Okay.
I'm looking for a carpet or a ship.
You can make another roll now that he's pointed it out to you.
Ow. It was almost a 25. Nope.
Does it perchance howl?
So you don't see what Raymond's pointing at.
Sorry, man.
But
I can't see it. What's up there?
So all I see is a speck. So at this point, I'm keeping track of it, and I'm trying to find the captain or whoever is on watch at this point. Because what I'm looking for is the spyglass.
Okay, well, you know she has one.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to make your way to her?
Yes.
Okay. And Wes, you see Raymond kind of looking around, and then he makes his way back toward the back of the ship.
I'll burn holes into the back of his head. That's okay. I'll let him go.
Yeah, because the best pickup line for Captain Chicks is, "Hey, do you see that spot up there?"
All right. So as you come up on the wheel deck, she glares at you.
I make a point to not get that close, so I'm staying out of the way, and I point out the speck. So do you see something floating up there?
Okay, so she looks and she's gonna look back at you, like snap something, and then she kind of turns and looks again and gets sort of a crinkly brow. She pulls out her telescope. And she'll call Henrik. She'll hand you the glass and say, "Have a look."
Okay.
And Henrik and she will have a quiet conversation. They'll step away from you, and they're both looking up at it at this point. So
Have fun with your pirate eye herpes.
So what do I see looking through the spyglass before I go blind?
Oh, so make another roll.
Oh, like I'm going to be able to roll another 9. Oh, wait. Oh, now I feel better. Base success.
Okay. So Yeah, I mean, you've spotted it before. You know where it's at.
Right.
The telescope improves your vision significantly. You can tell that it is a ship, and there's it looks to you like the mast is um, down and broken and sort of dragging behind.
Okay.
There's a number of lines hanging down from it.
Okay.
And on one of those, there's looks like a person uh, caught upside down.
Okay. But
It's
it
that
is
goblin.
floating. It
I'm
is
sorry, what?
floating in the air.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember we saw this before? We thought for sure it was a goblin flying kites.
I remember. So since I'm up on a higher deck, I'm assuming I can see west at this point.
Do you want to sort of glance out the side of your eye, or are you like?
I'm going to make a motion to come here for a second.
Okay, I'm sure Wes was looking at you.
I'm sure he was.
In fact, you have for a moment. It looks sort of like he was seething.
Yeah, well, he'll get over it.
I used the banisters on the stairwell to slide down quickly.
Okay.
Dash up the other stairs.
Okay.
So when he gets up there, I describe it all to him. It's a ship. It looks like a 2-master or 3-master.
Hard to tell. You see that one of the masts is hanging off the
One of the
side.
masts is fallen. And it looks like there's a person hanging from it.
Ouch! Remember when we saw that ship before? When the goblins attacked?
Yeah. I'm getting a better look at it now. So can you since you see where the glass is pointing, the spyglass is pointing, can you see it now?
You can make another roll. By the way, anyone else
hell
on
no.
deck can.
Wait, is that a 6 or a 9?
Where?
It is a 9. 95, yeah. All I'm seeing is clouds, dude.
So yeah, anyone else on deck, of course, can see the activity.
I guess it's not a kite.
Doesn't look like it. Well, I continue to track the ship as best I can until the captain wants her glass back.
So there's as I mentioned, a brief conversation with Henrik and her. Henrik will come over and put his hand out for the glass.
Well, I won't see that hand until he actually touches me with it, since I'm looking through the glass. But as soon as I'm aware of it, I'll give it to him.
Yeah, he'll make his presence obvious to you.
I'm sure that he will. He'll clear his throat, and I'll give him the glass back. I'm not trying to take it or anything.
Yeah. Okay. So he'll take a look at the. He'll take a look at it as well.
And I'll mention that we've seen a ship like that before.
Henrik will look at you. Really?
Yeah.
Where?
Up in the sky, south of Hamlet, by the river bridge.
Okay. So it's drifting then, or maybe it's the same ship.
Well, that was months ago.
Drifting slowly.
Or maybe there's more than one.
That would be impressive. One's impressive. Don't suppose either of you are capable of flying?
Sadly, no.
Nope.
That's unfortunate.
Well. I mean, throw us in a catapult. I guess we'd fly for a little while, but I wouldn't stick the landing or anything.
Right. He takes the glass back to Kylie. All right.
Am I aware of any spell lists that allow flying?
There are.
There certainly are. I don't know
I
if they
mean,
are
I'm
off
sure
the
if
top
you
of
ask
my
the
head.
Howler, they could teach you.
I think that's more of a levitation.
Um, yes, to answer your question, there are spells that allow for flight.
Okay.
I forget which list it is offhand.
That's okay.
But
You don't need those specifically. I just wanted to.
yeah.
verify.
Okay. So that's day one. Day two.
Does Raymond still see the speck?
Not after this point. However, on day two, put you right in that area. Everyone can make another scan roll.
That's more like it.
Base success.
Looks like everybody made it, maybe? Okay.
Yes. The 19 was my previous roll. The 9 is my new roll. I hadn't re-rolled yet.
You will see sticking up out of the water over here 3 masts.
The water's that shallow here?
Well,
No, the mast. They're wood. They'd float.
no, they're sticking up, but they're not floating. But to give you a sense of scale, the distance between the masts is greater than the size of your ship.
Holy cow! Who makes ships that big?
Nobody that you know of.
What about the
You
captain?
you
No, she doesn't make ships that big either.
So this is extraordinary. She's actually gonna turn and investigate. So part of that day, Luther, by the way, he's upset that we're stopping. But
He's not intrigued by this huge ship.
yes, he most certainly is. Okay, so she will sail over to the center mast and they'll tie off to it. Actually, no, she won't. They'll drift nearby. Now, as you're approaching, you'll notice that the water below you darkens. Everyone can make another scan roll.
That would be a critical, sir.
Ooh. So, Raymond, it's apparent to you in particular that the what you just crossed over is the side of the ship. There's an enormous ship below you, you can, as you look out either side, you can see that it runs out.
So I look around me. That ship is freaking huge. Look, you can see the shadows. Here's the outline.
Yep.
Goes way out that way, comes back. Goes way out that way, comes back. This ship is freaking huge.
So a number of the sailors are going to climb up the masts to see if they can't get a better look at it. And yes, it's huge. It is well beyond anything any of you have seen.
So, well, someone must have been super pissed when it sank then.
Oh, speaking of which, Raymond, anyone who made a special on their scan roll will notice that the masts have been heavily charred
Okay. So
in
Like
and
lightning?
in different places. I'm sorry, what,
Like from
Brian?
lightning?
Possibly, or possibly, well, fire. Yeah, they're kind of regular.
Okay. I was just thinking about when the Howler was out here destroying ships with his lightning.
Oh, interesting.
so
This would be
other
about the
than
right spot.
other than the lightning and fire damage, is there any damage to the deck of the ship that I could see?
Uh, that's more difficult to assess and would require another roll.
Okay, well, I'm on a roll. Pardon the pun. Normal success.
Okay. Um, so you don't see any obvious damage, further damage below, what you're looking at. What you can discern, however, is that the deck itself has several levels to it.
Right.
So there's a very large forecastle and a very large aft castle, which think of a galleon,
I was thinking War Galleon. Yeah.
but multiple levels, not just like
Okay.
2 or 3, but it's so much so that you're not sure you can discern the main deck below because of the depth of the water,
Okay.
but rather you're seeing um, levels or layers of, the aft castle. It's probably
Okay.
the largest.
So how far below the surface of the water does the aft castle look to be?
Well, you'd have to get her to move the boat to assess that.
Okay. I figure she's going to move it anyway eventually, so I'll wait.
Okay.
I continue to point out things as I see them.
Do they have a depth rope?
They do.
You can check how far down it is with that, right?
Yeah, they can sound it.
I'll make that recommendation.
To who?
To the captain. Could we sound it to see how far down below the water level it is?
She'll kind of frown and say, "It's not a bad idea." Okay, so yeah, she'll move the boat around to the west, which appears to be the direction the ship was headed, and she'll move east along the uh, masts to the back. All right. So The highest point is about 20 feet down, the highest point being the aft of the ship. Between that and the main deck, there appear to be 7 tiers. The forecastle having only 4. Oh, and one of the masts appears to have been broken off. So it's actually a 4-masted vessel.
Are the mast diameters normal sized?
No.
What kind of trees would it take to make that kind of a mast? I'll say to no one in particular.
So Kylie will actually respond to that. She says, there aren't any trees around here that grow to that size.
It would have to be a recent sinking, otherwise everybody going up and down the bay would see this thing, right?
There's not a lot of traffic through here, but yes, I'm sure that those who pass through here will notice it.
Hmm.
Well, I can't breathe water, so we can only poke around this so much.
Yeah, I think we've seen as much as we can see, says Kylie, and she'll set sail for backwater.
I do make a point to make sure that Wes, because Wes has been our scribe, has this location marked down so that we could come back here later if we wanted to.
Didn't we meet people that said they were from like a colony ship? I feel like we absolutely interacted with people that came from this ship.
Well, the slave
Kylie,
girl or lady was on something. Didn't she say it was a huge ship?
uh-huh.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
No.
So Kylie's going to say you met somebody from this thing?
We believe so. But she was captured years ago, wasn't she?
The Norse through the
So it was the translation slave that was on the ship,
well,
not the slave girl we rescued from the witch.
Right. It
Okay.
was the one traveling with the Norse
Yeah. Okay.
that we met while Sir Michael was doing the cauldron stuff.
Yes. That filled that guy full of crossbow bolts. So that would have
Kylie was.
been. That was a couple of months ago.
Yeah, about that.
So Kylie will say sort of offhandedly, so what became of this slave girl?
Isn't she with Tindo's family?
No, that's
No,
Thorn's
that's the
slave.
yeah,
Oh,
that's the slave
okay.
girl from the witch.
Oh, okay.
I thought she continued on with the Norse.
No, they left her.
Right. They
But
left her.
No, I don't recall.
Sir Michael, she went with
Yeah.
the knights that went back to Telgar,
Oh, okay,
Okay.
that makes sense.
but you're not sure what happened to her
After that,
After that.
since. Kylie will ask, did you get her name? What was her name?
I mean, we've met about a dozen slave girls, so I think she was slave girl number 7.
She seems a bit humored by that comment. Very well. Okay, so we continue on. That was day 2. Day 3, there's an encounter with a kraken.
And none of us wanted to even just like try to swim down.
Well, it's 20 feet down. Is anyone good at swimming?
I mean, I got a 50.
Better than mine.
I mean, if the pirates weren't interested in even trying, I think that's a good sign that we shouldn't. So I will leave it at that.
Yeah, here's the thing. To do a proper investigation, you would need some time down there. And that means either water breathing or some means of being able to have some time.
Yeah.
Sort of the opposite problem of getting to the flying ship.
hmm hmm hmm
Okay, day 3. Okay, on day 3, all right. So you're approaching backwater when everyone can make a scan roll.
there we go.
Okay. There are sails to the east.
Oh man, is my 8 a crit?
Let me
Only
know.
if your scan's an 80.
Man, that sucks. My scare's
So as
only
I'm
a
going through
56.
my journal, my diary, I'll talk with the captain about. We never got the woman's name, but she came from Minot, and she was on a giant ship the size of a village. And that there's this flag tattoo.
Flag tattoo.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was on the people that captured her.
What
If
did it
that
look
rings
like?
a bell for her.
What did the flag look like?
A flag.
Yeah,
Is there any?
I don't have any
You.
notes on details for that.
That's because there were no details. It was just a black flag.
Oh, okay.
So how does it actually look like a flag and not just like a black rectangle? Like, is it
Because it's
actually
got
like
waves.
wavy, like it's
Yeah.
blowing in
Yeah,
the breeze?
exactly.
Okay. Except for the one guy who had like the first time tattoo artist, and it is just like a black rectangle with a straight line coming down on the left hand side.
Mhm.
Oh god. Yes. Yes, we're the company of the black rectangle.
Hey,
I'm sorry. Uh,
at at some point while they're going through this, I point out the other ship.
all right. Everyone will look up. What? Uh, uh, okay. Well, Kylie will get her scope out. Oh, those guys are from Minnock. That's not good. She'll look at the sails and the wind and do a quick assessment and say, well, they'll never catch us. We'll be into backwater before they could catch up with us.
That's reassuring.
Would you rather fight them?
No, not at all. Your ship, Captain.
Okay. You arrive at backwater.
Man, it's really hard to not say smart-ass things. Whew.
That should be a new skill. Restraint.
Biting my tongue.
That's great.
So later that evening, when we're all like not around the rest of the pirates, I will say, so I finally figured out why the ship is called Glass. It's that fragile. That's why they run away from everything.
It's probably good you didn't say it. Oh, everyone can make another scan roll.
That's just a base success.
Well, they just shot right to the corner. Holy cow. Surprised that die didn't break. Regular success.
That is not a success.
Okay, so nobody got a special or better?
Yeah.
Nope, just a base success.
All right. So the dock pulls up, or the ship pulls up to the dock in backwater, and yeah, thank you very much, and get off my ship. No.
We still have to go to Minoc. Aren't they taking us to Minoc too?
uh, you don't get that impression.
Oh, really?
Um, So Luther will get off with you
You better.
and say, so, welcome to Backwater, the thriving metropolis thereof. This is farming country. There's cattle that come in from the outlying communities and farms and such, ranches. They come into Backwater here and get loaded up for travel to both Telgar and the Isles to the west. So it kind of swells in activity during that season. Since it's winter, it's not a lot going on. And he's walking into town as he's talking to you and say, this is the market. As you can see, not a lot happening here. There won't be until the cattle runs. Anyway, the Backwater Inn is right here. This is where we're going to find transport for you to Minot. So settle in
For you,
for you.
for us. Is that like
You.
the royal you that also includes you?
No. This is the commoner you, which does not include me. And he'll kind of chuckle.
I'm confused.
Well, you can be confused right here all you like.
So I'm going to lean over and whisper in his ear. The plan was Luther was going to help us get to Minot. Nowhere did they say he was coming with us to Minot.
Yeah, but it sounded like Luther was up to the kind of shady shit that would bring him to Minot with us.
What?
You want to pay more attention to your framing when you make statements like that.
Well, I feel like it was honest.
Yes,
Well,
but
I'm gonna take my shady shit elsewhere for the moment. He walks off.
He's going to
I'm
exchange cash for us. He's going to make sure we get outfitted and make sure we get on a ship to Minot.
And I'm gonna say, like, okay, so again, guys, this is a very different Luther than we met on the road.
It is. I agree.
Yes.
Very different.
Yes, one could even say that one was his cover identity and one was not.
I agree.
He's a doppelganger.
Well, I mean, okay, that's always a possibility. No, really, what I'm saying is that I like this Luther a lot more. This is a man I can trust.
Oh, really?
Well, you can work with anyway. Trust may be pushing it.
No, we can trust him. Like, he's a businessman. We see eye to eye.
Well, I think I mentioned earlier that he was not anticipating company on his trip to Backwater.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yes, he seems to be a bit perturbed that he has company on his trip to Backwater.
Oh, just in general, or perturbed that it's us?
That he has company.
So it's not just us.
So, he's making arrangements for himself for the evening and for several days, actually. Yes, he's talking to the innkeeper. you'll notice that the inn here is also a tavern, but the area, these buildings around it, all of these guys here are associated with the inn, right? So there's stables. Again, it's not that dissimilar in arrangement to what you saw at the Cliffside Inn, only larger and not as nice. So it's right here where there's this little gap right through here. This is where the gate from the main road goes into this inner courtyard.
Oh, okay.
Right. So this is where horses would come in. This is where wagons would come in. These are stables and sheds for, um, where you would keep and work on wagons and wheels and, all that kind of stuff. Above is there's stairs that go up to the rooms above. So there's rooms all above this stuff.
Okay.
You obviously, you get the sense that there is a lot of capacity here. But right now there's not a lot of people in town.
It's wintertime.
It's wintertime, and there's, the cattle runs haven't started, obviously. But you get the distinct impression that during the busy season, right, when there's cattle being moved to markets, there's a lot of people that come into here. Okay, so for now, it's cold and wet and pretty dismal, actually, but and not a lot of people. All right.
A fat man walking down the road eating a carrot.
What?
That scene in Bree from the Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah, right. Rainy, cold, muddy. Not a lot of people. Okay. So, so Luther makes arrangements for himself and goes off to bed. And you're left standing there.
You didn't make arrangements for us?
No, he didn't.
Wasn't that part of the deal?
That's not clear, but something seems to have perturbed him further.
I can't imagine what that would be.
I will take
Wild.
note of that.
We may never know what caused this. I mean, it is one of those great mysteries, I think.
And make arrangements for ourselves.
Okay. How long will you be staying?
We don't know just yet. But not too long.
Okay.
Do they know the ship routes? Like, are there any ships going towards Monarch soon, kind of thing?
Minot.
Do ships not run to and from here in Minot? Are we speaking Norse?
Yeah. So the proprietor introduces himself as Ellis. And he kind of looks around. He says, calm your voice down a bit, sir. No, there's not a lot of traffic to Minot. I'm not sure why you think there would be any ships going from here to Minot.
Well, it's because we saw a ship from Minot coming this direction, so we figured it was just like normal boat travel.
I'm going to stand off to the side and watch this with amusement as they both put their feet in it.
So the proprietor so the proprietor says, you did they follow you in?
Well, I hope
He
so,
like,
because then we could probably catch it over to Minot after that.
all right. So
We don't know.
he calls to one of the stable boys and says, "Go tell the bailiff there's a pirate ship off the eastern point."
What do you mean there's a pirate ship? I thought it was a ship from Minot.
Yeah, read pirate. They're slavers over there.
Oh,
We don't
wait.
want anything to do with them.
Oh. Wait, guys, I think we should rethink our vacation trip to Minot. If there are a bunch of slavers there, we probably don't want to go there.
I would. So Ellis will say, "I should think not, and no self-respecting person would take you there."
Well, I don't respect myself all that much, but I understand what you're saying.
Good recovery.
Okay.
We'll leave rooms for the night.
The stable boy will run off as rooms are arranged for you. You'll hear a klaxon in the town sound.
I think the real question is, why didn't our captain do this?
Good question.
You would think that would be one of the first things that a good, self-respecting captain would do.
She's a pirate too.
Yeah, she is a pirate too. That's the
That's
thing.
kind of where I'm going. Just an observation. But the thing that really matters is we need a place to sleep tonight. So
And something to eat. A fire to warm up by.
Yes. So yes, rooms are
some scullery
arranged for
wenches to
you.
keep you amused. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. There are no baths here at this inn. There are on the outside of town, though,
That's okay.
or the outskirts of town.
That's why we took a bath before we left, so we'd be good for a couple weeks.
There you go. Okay.
And I'm sure the salt water didn't hurt at all.
Okay. So yeah, there appears to be a certain amount of activity outside, but staying in.
Yes, we're staying in.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So about an hour will go by. You're settled in, getting something to eat. When the stable boy will come back in, he's soaked and cold and kind of miserable, and he'll step in, and there's a guy comes in behind him. He's got a plate, chess piece. He's got a rather largish mace hanging from a belt, and he's got an iron helm, and it's crooked under his left arm. The boy will step in and kind of look around and point at you guys, and the guy in the armor will come over. He'll tip the boy a coin, and he'll come over and you, the folks that reported the pirates.
We did mention that we saw a ship from Minot out in the bay.
I see. Well, on the bailiff here, just let you know they didn't come in. We do see them out there. Look like they were gonna try to overtake the what you call that ship? Oh, Glass. Funny name for a boat, but whatever.
Right? Isn't it? I think it's because it's not very sturdy. It's a little fragile.
Not sure I agree with you there. I know a bit about boats, and that's not a fragile boat. In any case, oh, but I get it. Glass, fragile. That's funny. Yeah,
they can't be smart, be funny.
There's something to be said for that. Yeah. Right. So, staying long?
We hope not.
Good. He turns and leaves.
He doesn't want us to stay long. I wonder why.
Well, maybe it's because we asked about a trip to Minot.
Well, possible.
Eat, drink, warm up, make a short night of it.
Sounds good. Anything between now and the next day?
I was just planning on sitting in the inn and listening and getting the lay of the land a bit. I mean, this is not our town, so.
So there's not a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, you're it.
Fair enough.
See, let's do the rant and rave.
Let's liven this place up with some music again.
Again?
Bust out. Yeah, like we did back in Hamlet. We did the little band thing. Pull out the
Oh.
harmonica.
You need an audience to do that.
And you don't have the hurdy-gurdy.
Look, idle hands
But
are
we have
a
the
problem.
harmonica and we have a flute.
Yeah, you want to put a gig together, by all means, go for it.
I mean,
But,
we can play just for the sake of playing.
Sure.
Like it's that, or I go try to like rob people. So, how about we just have a little jam session?
Okay. Sounds great. You spend the rest of the evening entertaining yourselves.
Yep.
Morning will come.
Does Luther stumble down the stairs with his boots tied together?
What?
Does Luther stumble down the stairs with his boots tied together?
No. He does not.
I wonder if those stones that he has would work in a room. Anyway.
I bet they would.
Are you going to check it out?
No.
It depends. Did we ever figure out what the effect of them were? Like, what do they actually do?
Well, you would have to try different things to see what effect they might have relative to what you do.
Hmm. Hmm.
Or you could ask him.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, in the morning.
Yep.
Let's see. So breakfast. Luther will be down for breakfast. And yeah, he'll sit with you guys. All right. So I've got some business that I have to attend to up north. In a couple of days, there should be a ship coming in. Oh, by the way, Hendrik and some of the crew are here having breakfast as well. Um, right. So there'll be a ship coming in a couple of days. I'll make arrangements for them. He's talking quietly, by the way, to transport you to there are ruins to the north of Minot. They'll let you off there. From there, you'll have to make your way in to the city itself. There are, and I would recommend that you acquire new clothing here at the trader.
We were told you were going to help with that.
Okay. All right, look. My advice is that you get rid of everything that you're currently wearing. The reason is that anything of value, that is to say, anything that was manufactured or purchased in the kingdoms, is going to be of better quality than what you're going to find in Minot.
Right.
And is going to therefore be more desirable and make you a target for anyone who has less than you, which would be mostly everybody. So don't make yourselves a target, right? So you want cheap but serviceable. You can find that at the trader here. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. As for your gear, if you can't disguise it, don't take it. So what do I mean by that? Anything of any real quality is going to make you a target. So nice armor, nice weaponry. You're going to want to scuff it up.
Can we
Okay.
get armor here?
Well, not of any real quality. But yes, the trader will have something. In any case, you want to cover up what you don't want to get rid of.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions?
Are you going to be able to exchange coinage for us?
I'll establish a credit with the trader.
That will help, but won't do us any good in Minot.
He said exchange, so we give you our Telgarian coinage, we get Minot coinage. Can that be done?
I don't know that I would want to carry much into Minoc. What do you think you're going to need coinage wise?
Well, like, we're gonna have to buy food.
Okay, that's easy enough to get coinage for food. How many days do you plan on staying?
I mean, I've never been to Minot, so I don't really know if there's a lot of, like, nice places to go see. Maybe, a few dining establishments I'd like to hit up. So, without really, having like a visitor center or something to stop into it, I don't know that I could really take a stab at that just yet.
He seems slightly amused. Um,
Pulling numbers out of my pocket, I would say a week, maybe two.
okay, so 2 weeks for what, 6 people? Yeah, 2 weeks for 6 people.
You should probably also account for us getting ripped off in terms of the rates that we get charged, because we are not good at negotiating. I don't know if you noticed that when we first met.
Yeah, let's think about this.
Guys, maybe we're going about this all the wrong way, right? Okay, so we've gone through several dungeons so far now, right? At this point?
I wouldn't say
Mhm.
several.
Yeah, right? Well, let's stop thinking about Minot as a city and start thinking of it as a dungeon.
Well, Luther says you can get by on a silver a day. So you're looking at 24, but you probably don't want to carry silver. So copper, bronze, tin. So you're looking at 240 coins, roughly 250 maybe, distributed across all of you. Yeah, I can make that happen.
Okay, great. We'll do our thing. We'll hang out. We'll figure stuff out with the trader, and then we'll just wait around.
All right. Like I said, I have business to attend to. It should be a couple days before the ship gets here. They've got stuff to do in town, so it'll be several days before they're ready to leave. So you've got maybe 8 days or so. Yeah, we got about a week in town here.
Is that enough for old check marks?
Yeah, there's really little to do.
Do we know the name of the ship?
He's not sure which ship it will be.
Okay, so he's expecting to be back before they leave.
Correct.
Okay.
In the meantime, the other ship is gone.
With Hendrick here?
No, of course not.
Well, Hendrick's here having breakfast with us.
Later that day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll leave after breakfast,
Oh,
and later that day they'll leave.
okay.
And the ship will sail away.
Come sail away, come sail away.
Okay, so yeah, you've got at least 6 days. If Luther's estimates are correct.
Right, yeah.
So, yes, you could spend that time to roll off check marks and such if you want. That's fine.
Yay. It's always good. What does the trader actually have?
So, the trader has a lot of stuff for prospecting and associated prospecting gear. So, pans, everything that prospectors would need. He's not really set up beyond that as an outfitter.
So he's got Levi 501s?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
More?
Leather. You can get leather here.
The standard 2-point heavy leather?
Right. As well as quilted.
Okay, yeah. I want to get a quilted gambeson, and I'll pick up some standard heavy leather, band braces, greaves, helm, that kind of thing.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for some oversized clothing.
And
yeah, that's easy.
We can get just some scrap heavy leather as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And leather lace?
Sure.
Because what I'm thinking is wrapping the cross guard in this leather lace.
Sure.
Make that little basket hilt and do another leather lace around the hilt itself. Help cover up all that stuff. I need that for both my rapier and my dagger.
Right.
Is my leather armor...
One more thing. Scabbards. Here we go. Nondescript scabbards. Even have to stitch one myself.
Sure.
So again, it doesn't look like anything.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, all of that's easily doable. Anything else?
Is my leather armor particularly of any quality? I kind of assumed it was not great, given my background.
the manufacture, the design, and all of that, while not, as you say, it's not particularly of any quality, it was made in the in the Telgar area, which would make it distinctive relative to Minot.
Okay. And replace it, I will, with other generic leather armor.
So, yeah, the armor has how to put it, a durability factor to it. While it's not something I typically track, it's sort of like goblin armor,
Goblin helmet.
goblin helmet, right? It's serviceable for goblins, but so it's a similar sort of situation here. Um, the it just like you can have weapons of quality, you can have armor and weapons that are of no quality.
Sure.
Okay.
Does the trader actually have any helmets?
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be leather. It's not going to have any metal helmets.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so after Luther sets things up for you with the trader, gets the line of credit open, introduces you, he is going to leave, and he'll say he'll be back as soon as he can. And he takes a horse and will ride north out of town. Okay, so other than getting equipped at the trader and rolling off your check marks, is there anything that anybody wants to do in town, in Backwater?
I'm gonna look for any sort of criminal element in town.
Okay. So you're going to do a walkabout. So go ahead and make a roll.
53.
Okay. Give me. So we're going to do this regionally. So give me 3 more rolls.
53. 2.
Oh.
24. And 32.
Okay.
What skill is this against that I can put the crit down for?
Scan.
Okay.
So in the market, you will notice that there are several signs.
Like just markings like of territory or actual signs of people working at the moment?
Now, these are territorial kinds of marks.
Okay.
You will certainly recognize Telgar's sign for the Thieves Guild. You will also recognize one that you believe relates to the islands.
So it's kind of a lot of people claiming the territory all at the same time that couldn't possibly all own it at the same time.
Well, they're actually sections in the market. This is
Okay.
our area. So it's more like you'll see them side by side. On this side is ours, on this side is yours, that sort of thing.
Cool. Is there anywhere distinctly unclaimed?
No.
Okay.
No, it's well, okay, so there's four that you recognize. There's one that's Telgar, one that's the islands, and then two others that you're unclear on, but are representing their areas in the market.
Sure.
And when I say areas, what I mean is
This street corner, that street corner, this block between here and there.
right. Yep.
Well, I'm from Telgar.
Well,
But town's not really busy right now.
yeah,
Is
there's
it?
nothing going
Yeah.
on. It's
Okay. All right. Well, then I won't get up to any trouble.
okay.
Just kind of look around and kind of refamiliarize myself with that sort of my life that's coming back.
Okay. All right. Well, so 3 days will go by.
Oh, one thing, Bruce. Actually, two.
Yeah.
Does
Okay.
the trader have any large floppy hats with feathers?
Oh, guys, you are such a fuck
up. Hats, yes. Feathers, no.
But like a pirate hat?
What exactly is a pirate hat?
Like what the captain was wearing?
Well, is that a pirate hat? It's
Is
sort
she
of
a
a
pirate?
low crown, wide brim, kind of bent in the front, and kind of wavy. So, is there a hat similar to her hat?
Yes. That's
Yes,
the question.
there is.
Okay, I want to get one of those.
Okay, you can have one of those. It's probably leather and not very nice.
That's fine.
Okay.
One other thing. What was it? Oh, the prospector clothing. Is it heavy enough to count for 1 point of armor?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So it's got encumbrance value then too, doesn't
Yes.
it? Okay, thank you.
Oh, speaking of which, encumbrance, I added to the drive I should probably find a better spot for it, but at the moment, in the main Elderath folder, there's a new PDF called Equipment. This has a list of weight. Now, weight doesn't equate to encumbrance, but for the moment, our purposes, 1 kilogram, 2.2 pounds is 1 encumbrance. So you would have to do some math to figure out how this translates to actual encumbrance. But there's a list of miscellaneous stuff here that should help people identify the kind of encumbrance that they're carrying around with them. So, for instance, if somebody has a tent, that's 8 pounds if it's a 2-man tent. Even a tarp is,
I
3
mean,
to 5 pounds.
yeah, but like really with the materials nowadays, the carbon fiber poles and
I know. I've got one of those. I've got an ultralight winter 2-person tent, it's awesome and it's light as can be.
I like the
So
ones that are like all folded up and you just like unlatch it and just throw it and it's like pop, done.
I have those in the high-tech equipment list. Anyway, so yes, if you've got something that's not on that list, find something that's similar to extrapolate. Feel free to expand the list. Okay, so and as far as coinage is concerned, yeah, I'm still kind of sorting out economy. And I'm not sure where I got these numbers from. So I'm not sure that they properly correspond to. Anyway, I'm not worried about money so much at the moment. All right. So anything? Oh, the boat shows up. Where's the boat? Where's the boat?
So, I have an admin question real quick. Can you critically succeed on a skill gain roll?
Yes. In which case, is it 2d6? It might be 2d6 roll. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's
Or a base of 7?
no, it would be 6.
Ah, you're not gonna let me round, you meanie. That's fine. I'll take the 6. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
I mean, that would be if you like roll 100, basically, right?
I rolled a 99.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. It was for listen, not scan, but All right, so the ship has arrived. We all kind of sort of know our way around backwater. Just in case we ever come back. I suspect we should go and introduce ourselves to the captain and then stay out of their way while they unload. Is that fair?
Is Luther back?
Luther is not back yet.
I would not do anything
Oh,
until
okay.
Luther gets back.
Okay.
But we can certainly go check the ship out, stay out of the way and just see what kind of ship it is and get an eye on the people and that kind of thing.
Make sure we don't get mugged before we get to Minot.
Right.
It would make it much easier to be poor indigent waifs in Minot if we get mugged before we get there.
I can help you with that.
I'm sure you could.
Okay, so anything? So we're done. You guys are ready?
I'm still making my
Anything?
rolls. Hold on. Almost done.
Okay.
So while we're rolling stuff, is there a skill level that we should tell you if we hit? So not that I'm anywhere close to it, but if I have a modified skill roll of 100, should I tell you?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
When you get to 100, you can improve your sanity for each skill that goes to 100.
Okay. Not that I need that much because I'm like so emotionally grounded, it's not funny. But it's good to know these things.
Yeah, I would have to look up that there may be other things that happen when you hit 100 as well. But
Well,
I'm pretty sure sanity is one of them.
there's no rush. I mean, my best skill is approaching 80, so
I see.
but I figure there had to be a point somewhere where the rules changed a little bit.
I made a couple of those.
Mine are not going favorably. But hey, at least I got swim.
Since we're on a sailing adventure, that would seem to be somewhat important.
So it would seem. Oh, actually, I think I might have a weapon one also. I do.
Oh, I also need a pair of gloves because I'm going to keep my family ring hidden.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'm all up.
Okay.
How many days was it before the ship showed up?
3.
3 days later.
So I thought we were going to be sitting here for a week, so that means we're
Well, they have
expecting
to
this.
unload. So
And then they're going to hang
Wait,
around.
this boat's going
yeah.
to sit around for 4 days?
Well, they got stuff to do in town.
Okay, so 3 days later, the ship, it's called the Copperhead, arrives in town. And yes, they start unloading stuff. So there are shoremen who help unload. Like I said, there's not a lot of people in town, but there is the occasional. So there's the permanent residents, which there's a handful of people, of course.
Does that mean they will take more people for like work and like pay to offload and be a dock worker for the day?
If you wanted to, are you going to go present yourself as labor?
Thinking about it. I don't think we got anything else to do.
Actually, a good idea. You can get some intel that way too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll go. I'll go do that.
Okay.
That's
I'll
a
So
go
the,
strong idea.
pick things up and put them down.
yep. Yes. Yeah. The foreman won't have any trouble taking you. You'll even earn a couple of silver. So yeah, the ship's called the Copperhead. Ship's captain's name is Gunner. The first mate is Scott. So yeah, they are unloading. It looks to you like the kinds of things that prospectors, miners need, particularly metal, um, pickaxes. Uh, there's saw blades. Um, there are some textiles, winter clothing, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of bulk stuff. Um, and of course, alcohol. They load wool. There's furs, things that trappers bring in. And so they'll be picking all of that stuff up. There's not a lot of it, but there's some. So that is winter pelts from, beaver and mink and things like that. Okay. And that'll be a couple days loading that stuff. In the meantime, the crew is going to be staying at the inn, those that aren't aboard ship. Okay. So on day 5, unless is anything, do you want to interact with any of these folks or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So a couple days will go by. So that puts us into day 5. And Luther will be back. is going to ask. So Luther comes back, and he'll check in with you guys, see how you're doing.
He's like my hat.
It's you. It's totally you.
You get all your shady shit done?
He ignores Runt, and then he turns and says, "I don't do shady shit, at least not in front of you."
Well, that means yes.
And then he'll say, "Have you approached the ship or ship's captain?"
We have not.
Thank God for that. Okay. Let me make arrangements with him. We'll meet up again later tonight. Okay?
Here.
Yeah, I've got some shady shit to do with the captain. I'll be back. He smirks at Runt as he leaves. Okay. So he takes off to the docks. You gonna follow it? See what his shady shit is?
I actually was thinking about it.
What happens every time Runt goes sneaking around?
I know. That's why I'm
Nothing
not
bad.
going to.
Nothing bad. I
Oh
think you should.
yeah, something bad every time.
Literally every time. I mean, I'm good for like the first 2 or 3 rolls, and then, on a timeline, everyone fails, right?
That's right.
House always wins.
That's true. House always wins. And if it doesn't, well, then it makes the win.
Mm-hmm. Clearly, you were cheating, and they confiscate your winnings.
That's right. And leave you with a reminder to not cheat in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So nothing doing?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So later that night, he comes back with the captain, and they'll get a table and chat a bit, and then he'll get up and come over to you guys and invite you over to meet the captain.
Sounds good.
Okay. Follow him over. He's got a table in the corner, a corner. It's, not too difficult given that most anybody here is either part of the crew or you guys. So you get settled in and, yeah. So, my name's Gunner. I'm the captain of the Copperhead. I understand you folks want to go to Minok.
That is correct.
Want is a really, really strong word.
He kind of grins at that. Oh, good.
However, people that hold significant amount of leverage over us want us to go to Minok, so here we are.
Well, isn't that the way of it?
Yep.
Always.
He kind of looks at Luther. He kind of looks at Luther when he says that.
Funny how that works.
Welcome to the club.
Right. Well, understand, I am not going to sail the Copperhead into Minok. I'll get you close, and that's as much as I can guarantee. He looks again at Luther.
Yes, that's what we've been told.
Okay, so look, here's the deal. There's an old ruined castle that I sometimes make use of. there's a landing below it, which is fairly secluded. As long as we get in there without being seen, we'll be fine. If we are spotted, can any of you fight?
Yeah, we can all fight.
Well,
We
mm,
we do
You
all right.
whiner.
we
We do all right.
All right. So it's possible that we're going to get boarded. If we get boarded, we have to fight.
Ordered by who?
Well, they don't much care for intrusions. More specifically, they want meat for their markets.
Oh, so we're talking about pirates.
cannibals.
Slavers.
Oh,
What 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 they do with them, I don't know for sure, nor do I want to find out. So
Yeah,
if
we have
we
no
get
problems
boarded,
fighting those guys.
they're coming to include us in their market. Um, Obviously, that's not something we'd be interested in. As a consequence, I don't know that we'll be able to run from everything we run into. So there's a chance that we're going to get boarded. If that happens, we're going to fight.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Just to be clear what the situation is, a fight means sinking their ship and removing all trace that we encountered them at all. That means no looting. Is that understood and clear? Because if they catch us, if someone else catches us and finds stuff, that's going to go badly for us.
Does fire leave too much of a signal?
Well, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm
Those,
making is that if we are boarded, we fight and we sink their ship.
Absolutely.
It does not mean we loot their ship for all their stuff. Because if we are later boarded, captured, and they search us and find stuff that we shouldn't have looted, it will go badly for us. Let me rephrase that in more specific terms. It would be better to be in the slave markets. Is that clear enough?
Yep.
Okay. So, if any of you risk my crew or my ship by doing something as stupid as looting from a ship that we take, I'll kill you. Is that clear enough?
Absolutely.
Okay. So he looks at Luther and he says, assuming we all fully understand each other, I'm willing to take this on. Okay. All right. So
Two thumbs
Luther
up.
said, all right. So Luther says, that's well. That's just great. Okay. So, well, my work here is done. Have fun storming the castle, boys. And with that,
hey, could we get like some of your happy special pet rocks for this journey?
excuse me, what?
Could we get some of your like happy special pet rocks for this journey since it's super dangerous?
Pet rocks. What are
Yeah, you
you
know
on?
the ones that you put outside your carriage.
Oh, you mean the warding stones?
Yeah, those things.
No.
Okay, that was worth a shot.
Okay. Anything else? All right.
I don't think so.
So the captain Gunner raises his hand. He goes, I'm not waiting around for whatever they're doing, right? You understand that once I drop you guys off, I'm doing my thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, that's
You drop us
Extraction is
off?
not required.
That's the last we'll see of you.
all right. Well, good luck to you. Oh, I'll say that again later.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll probably need it now and later, so it doesn't hurt.
Well, all right. Well, we should be loaded midday tomorrow, so we can depart anytime after that. Make yourselves ready.
Midday tomorrow. We'll be there.
Okay. All right. Right. Well, you can get with Scott for uh, stowing your gear and bunk arrangements and such. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody. He gets up
Right.
and leaves. Okay. So after he leaves, Luther says, have you guys thought about how you're going to get back? I'm just asking.
I did all of a sudden start worrying about that
Okay. Well,
just
that's
a little
good.
bit ago.
That's great.
Yeah.
At least somebody's thinking about it. He gets up and leaves.
I'm kind of making the assumption that we can walk out.
That's what I was thinking. Taking the road back to the swamp.
Bit of a walk, but yeah.
I mean, we have to get in relatively undetected, but getting out, I figure that we'll have half the town up in arms against us anyway. So just run like hell to the west.
Yeah, we'll be
I
fine.
mean, where do we know where the little the outlet end of the door to the church is?
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Okay.
It's possible it might be these castle ruins, though, right?
Maybe.
Would be awfully convenient.
It would be absolutely a good thing. We should check that out as soon as we get there.
All right. Well. Other than Runt, who apparently already knows his way around the ship from unloading all the cargo, I think the rest of us are just trying to stay out of the way until it's time to leave.
Yep.
Okay.
Concur.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Okay, so evening will go by uneventfully. Dang it. All right. I was hoping for
Giant rats
something.
attack.
Yes, giant rats, exactly. All right, so in the morning, make your way down to the docks, then board the ship, and away you go. All right. Okay.
That's an awfully small map.
Is this the one we were using before? No?
This is different because it's got the hex overlay.
Oh.
The one we were using before did not. But I can zoom in.
Yeah, you're right. That's okay. I don't mind having the hexes.
No, this works fine. I like hexes. Oh, that's a big ship.
Maybe that's
Well-
the galleon we found.
Probably. It's nearly a day and a half across, right?
Yeah.
Doopy doopy doop doop doopy doopy. How can you tell if we're on the ship?
Well, I had to make the ship a little bit bigger so I can actually select the ship.
And if the icon for us is on the icon of the ship and the ship moves, the icon of us goes with it. That's
It
handy.
does. It is. You're going the wrong direction.
Who's moving that ship?
I am.
GM Grumpy gave this like a 7 out of 10.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that's not bad. It seems to be pretty useful for what we need it to do.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Okay. So that day we board up and make way. Okay. So first day.
Kraken appears.
What's that?
The Kraken appears.
Yeah,
Or the howler.
that would be awesome. Either one of those would be awesome.
There was something I was working on
Owl bears.
yesterday. There was something about the Kraken.
Right?
Yeah, it's a Kraken with a T, but something else. They call it the Kraken.
So instead of a Tarrasque, it's a Kraken Tarrasque.
A Tarascan.
You know, I do hate to bring this up, but lobstrosities can live in salt water.
They can, it's true.
Oh.
Yes,
How
but
far can it swim, though?
yeah, well, the freshwater versions are smaller than the saltwater versions.
Right.
It's like the difference between
yeah.
a crawdad and a Maine lobster.
I mean, if you're under the assumption that they never stop growing.
That's right.
I mean, something sunk that ship after all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
we know what sunk that ship, though. The woman told us. Lightning bolts from the sky.
And howling.
That's right.
I mean, was it really all that good of a ship if the howler could sink it?
Apparently, there were magic users on both sides firing stuff around.
Well, maybe you should get water breathing potions and go down there. You know an alchemist that could probably make them.
Oh, yeah, I bet you could.
I mean, wouldn't it be like more cost effective if someone just learned it as a spell instead?
Oh yeah, of course.
I'll get right on that.
That's awful close to my knock.
I was gonna say you should look to one of the magic users for that. I'm just a fighter.
One of the magic users.
Well, Indo uses magic. It's just clerical magic.
Yeah, like accounting and
If I had
HR
said
paperwork.
if I had said wizards, that would be different.
Yes, that would be different.
Oh gosh. All right.
Don't worry, pedantic man. I'll take care of you.
No, I need to do is learn some sorcery.
That's my favorite superhero.
Inflict pain.
Yeah, sorcerers have really cool spells.
They do.
What was it? Mind death?
Oh yeah. That is one of the things I love the best about spell law is some of those spells are just really over the top.
Yeah. Of course, to get there, it's pretty tough, but
You know, they're like level 60 or something, but
Ah! That's really close to Minot.
Well, that is where we're going.
Yeah, but that's where the
Yeah.
pirates are.
Well,
I
I think
mean,
that's where we're stopping because there's a castle there.
Isn't this where we're going?
Yeah. I would say we changed our minds. Let's just keep going east.
I'm just worried about being on a ship when slavers show up.
I
Okay.
mean, the slavers can show up even if we're not on the ship, right? So if they
Oh,
show up,
oh no, they're sea slavers. They can only show up on the water.
oh, okay.
Okay. So when you arrive here, before you land, there is a sighting to the east, and Gunner will drop the sails and align the ship with the sighting to give it as low profile as possible. You get the distinct impression he's done this sort of thing before.
He seems rather skilled at this maneuver.
You're
Um,
surprised by this, how?
I'm not.
all right. It
He's a
seems to
smuggler, right? You can call him Han Solo.
I'm the captain of the Millennium Copperhead.
I've made the Blackwater and Minok run in 10 parsecs.
The hell's a millennium?
What's a parsec?
It's one of these hexes, isn't it?
Okay.
They destroy a movie trying to justify it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. That was so sad.
The whole thing was.
All right.
So how many days did it take us to get to that point?
6 days.
6.
I'm sorry. No. 3
Oh, okay.
Yeah. days. And you're there. And just as he said, there's a ruin above, and there's a how to describe this. It's not that unlike the cliff side inn. There's sort of a bay that's sheltered by these outcroppings of rock and it looks like a natural formation. But when you get into it, there's a stone stoneworked uh, dock that he pulls up to, and you can see that there's some crates from Minox that are here. There's it looks to be used. Um, some of the buildings have been repaired. Uh, looks like a few things are stored here. In any case, um, as you're pulling up, um, the first mate asks you to ready yourselves because they are not staying. They're going to load whatever's here and be
They
on their
are going to
way.
load stuff from here.
Yes.
Interesting. I kind of knew that would
So,
happen, but I'm just trying to piece together now these crates marked from Minot with the crates we found in the underswamp from Minot.
so you'll notice that they look very similar.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, they pull up. They'll tie off the ship. Actually, um, yeah, they have to tie it off. But there'll be a person standing at each of the lines, and a crew will come out and in the it's not like a warehouse of any kind. It's more like a shed.
Right. Okay.
There's a handful of crates and stuff in the shed, and they'll cart whatever's in there to the boat. And of course, you're all ready to go, right?
Yep, we are all ready to go. We jump off. Fair winds and following seas.
Well, good luck to you.
Fireball.
Okay. At which
right.
point they will turn.
And go.
Well, yeah. I mean, you'll be gone. Well, are you going to stay and watch them go, or what are you doing?
No, we're searching the area. We're trying to get up, right?
Okay. Yeah. So, there's a ramp that leads up and out of this area as sort of a switchback that goes up to the bluff above.
Okay.
You can tell that there's a certain amount of traffic on this. There's a road that leads up to the bluff. You can see where stuff, wagon pulls up and stuff would get unloaded and then carted down below. But that trail leads into the ruins.
Do we see any foot traffic along that trail?
Not so much, right?
I mean, those crates had to come from somewhere, so.
Well, right. So there's a cart or a wagon that
Oh, right.
comes up to this point.
Okay. Sorry.
So,
Excuse me.
right
Yep.
around here, you would see, somebody made a successful tracking roll. You get more details, but
So, guys,
Do it, boys.
clearly they come through here
Yep.
pretty often.
Yep.
So this whole objection about getting all close to Minot was a whole bunch of, patooey.
no,
push
he
comes to
said he
shove,
would not go into Minot.
sure, but he was still hesitant to take on this job, and it sounded like Luther had to twist his arm a little to make it happen.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that's how he gets paid more.
Sure, but if this is a regular drop-off point, if we need a way to get back, we could always just come back here and
Hide in
camp
some
out with
boxes.
their shit until they come back.
Hey, you want your stuff? Take us with you.
So yeah. So that's good to keep in the back of mind.
But up at the top, at the ruins, we do
Mhm.
want to search around, see if there's anything familiar with what we saw when we climbed out of the magic doorway from
Okay.
the church.
So when you get up to the ruins, you'll see that the ship is making its way out. Okay. At the ruins. Sure. Everyone make a scan roll.
Nope.
Regular success.
I got a special, I believe.
So, Runt, had you gone through the portal? I don't remember. Had you been on the side of the portal?
I thought we all did that together.
Okay. All right. So,
I don't recall the party being split for it.
okay.
There were two separate occasions, though. I think the second occasion, all of us went.
All right.
That may have been it.
All right. So, Runt, you will recognize that
Yes.
these ruins are the ruins that were east of the portal.
As I start to see things that are familiar and recognizable, I'll start pointing it out to the rest of the group, and I'm like, "Hey, I feel like that part up there, like we saw that."
Right.
So kind of get up to like a vantage point so we could clearly see to the east, and I'll kind of look and kind of point over in that direction. I think that.
So you got your directions turned around. The ruins are to the east of
The portal.
where
Oh,
So from
portal.
ruins, we're looking west.
Right.
so
So you get
Yeah.
up on a vantage point from something you recognize and look west and make a scan roll. And everybody who's looking can also roll.
Which should be everybody. Oh, dang! Regular success.
Base success.
Okay. I don't think Alexander is rolling.
Oh, 1 second, sorry. That's just a normal success.
Okay, so nobody spots it at the moment. But yeah, Runt is confident that somewhere over to the west is where the portal is.
But we can go over there and look again, right?
You could, yeah.
is that
Do we want to do that
in the
before we head into
direction of
town?
Minot?
I'm sorry, but one at a time. Runt, what were you saying?
Is that in the direction of Minot or away from Minot?
If you look at the map on Owlbear, you'll see that the city of Minot is, city of Minot is to your south.
How do I
So
zoom in on this? Because I see it there.
this is Minot here.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
I
this
thought that
is the
tower
ruin.
was Minot.
No, these are the
No.
ruins.
That's the ruins.
Oh, well, I don't feel so bad then. Because we kept creeping up to that tower. I thought that was Minot.
Sorry, I could draw a line here, but these are the ruins. This
So
is
Minot is really deeply recessed into that bay,
Yes.
correct.
and the ruins are on the tip.
Yeah,
Okay. Again, there has to be a way to zoom in, right? Is it the little plus? Nope, that's
the
not
wheel,
it.
mouse wheel.
Wheel.
Use the mouse wheel.
Yeah, I don't have a mouse wheel because I'm on a laptop with a number pad. That's
There's
it's
probably
Isn't that like a shift arrow or something?
yeah. There should be. I don't know what it is though for the laptop.
Yeah, I don't either.
it is shift and the plus side on my number pad.
Oh, there we
There you
go.
go.
Thank you. So to the west, we have some cliffs. We don't have anything super noticeable.
That should be where the portal is.
Yeah. So right around the keep here is something of a promontory, right? So the center area along here is higher in elevation, except right at the ruins where there's cliffs along this northern side, and then
Well,
it tapers down.
if we go looking for it, I don't think it really sets us back too much in terms of time because we're making like a triangle with Minot.
Yep.
And it would certainly solve the question of how we get back.
It'd be better to know than to look when we have people chasing us.
It would also provide, so here's like a little bit of a complication there, right? So we find it and it works. This is all of a sudden a significant strategic resource
Oh yeah.
between we'll say warring cities, and before we go telling anyone where it actually comes out, We need to make sure we get our money's worth out of it.
You mean the people that you haven't already told?
Well, we told them that it exists. They don't know where it comes out, right?
That's true. But we know it's
Unless
along
they
that coastline somewhere.
sent people already.
Yeah, but like,
The church
well, I
going to
guess
do
we
that?
didn't really tell Sir Michael, right? You guys only told the church.
So
Rufus and Burns.
the head of the church knows, Rufus and Burns know.
And
So
But
okay,
Rufus and Burns
and
haven't been around, and they're
that's
not now.
true. And
And
as
the
I
bishop, the
recall,
chicken.
was it the bishop? It was the local priest was upset that you told Burns.
Well, that's true, yeah. He was.
was I the one that told Rufus?
Yes, you told Rufus.
Yeah, I did.
He told Rufus everything.
See, that whole
Even when he was
shtick
the
of
bad Rufus.
Rufus trying to make me a better person bullshit. Like, I don't know why I listened. It's gotten us into so much trouble.
All right. So, can make this a little bit bigger, be easier. Oh, that's too big. All right. So the boat takes off. Where are we gonna go?
Well,
We're finding it.
yeah, we want to go
We're
look.
making it happen.
We
Okay.
want to head west and do some searching around. And
Okay. Are you gonna go inland or are you gonna stay along the coast?
we want to stay along the coast because we know it's along the coast.
That's true. Okay. All right. We head west. Everyone can make a scan roll.
Success.
Regular success.
Okay. Well, you don't spot it. So, Ron, having made a crit, why don't you give me another roll? And having rolled, is that your roll?
That's my scan roll that
Oh,
you had just asked for.
okay. So, not successful now. Give me another roll, please. What I'm asking you to extrapolate is distance. So, with the 18, you will successfully extrapolate how far you think it should be.
Is
And
that like a tracking roll?
I wouldn't call it tracking. It's more I critted my prior scan roll,
Sure.
and I'm looking at the relative size of the um,
So as we travel west, I keep turning back to the keep and like
right.
framing it with my hands. Like, no, that's not right.
Exactly. So even being half a mile off, you could miss it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So but an 18 is pretty good roll. So you've correctly identified that you want to be in this area to search.
Okay.
And you all, having been there, know that it's also ruins. It should be it shouldn't be that difficult to spot once you get in the right area. So go ahead and now this is a day of travel. Looking for the ruins of the manor. Oh, and one other thing. As we leave the ruins of the keep, everyone can make a another scan roll there.
So which one do you want first?
The one I just asked for, the
Okay.
departure from the ruins.
Okay, my departure scan roll is 46 then.
Okay. So, Alexander, is that a 23 I see and a 28 from Wes?
Yes, it is a
So,
game.
so on the ruins of the gate, you'll find a so this is all stonework that's been broken during the course of a siege or something, and so there are pieces on the ground, and it's ruined.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as you are leaving, um, uh, you'll notice that one of the uh, pieces of stonework from the gate has um, a relief on it. Do you investigate that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So you have seen symbols from the moat house. Remember the entwined horn symbol?
I remember a horn symbol. I don't remember an entwined one.
Yeah. So there's take 3 horns and make like a triangle out of them where they overlap.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. You see part of that symbol in relief on this broken stone as part of the gate, perhaps the top of the gate.
Oh, okay. Point that out to everybody.
Okay. All right. So continuing west then. So get you into the proper area. This is a day later, roughly, not a full day, but part of a day. Although when you got here, it was midday or so. So it is getting toward evening here.
Okay.
So getting to be time to set up camp. But as you're doing so, go ahead and make a scan roll here.
There we go.
So Wes finds a really great spot to set up camp. It's nice and flat and and vaguely familiar looking. And oh, wait a minute, Quiet. We're here.
Was that a scan or a search?
I think it's a scan roll.
Okay.
Yeah, search is, you're in a room looking for something specific.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Scan. Yeah. All right.
I just want to make sure.
So yes, you find a really great spot to set up camp. You're kind of looking around, and then you go, "Hey, wait a minute! These are ruins. Look, there's like blocks and stuff over there." And yeah, so you have found the ruins of the old manor where it was actually a church, where the portal is.
Excellent. Yeah.
So it's an old church.
Yes.
So it was going from a church to a church.
Which makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, it then begs the question of if there are similar gates from other churches to other churches.
It does. But
Or if
that's not a
there's
question
a
that we can
third
answer at the moment.
church that these both attach to makes a triangle.
Well, given the symbols, right? Maybe.
Hmm.
Where would that be, I wonder?
Looks to me like we're in the middle of the mountains.
You mean this area down here that's all covered up?
Yeah,
Like, somewhere around
but I've got the
here?
other map, so I can look.
What? No, don't do that.
So, like where the river splits.
I have to get the other map out.
I don't see any ruins there. I do see some ruins in the mountains and the dead forest further south, though. Or maybe there. No, it doesn't zoom in anymore.
Pretty ominous, huh?
Yeah. Are those ruins at the edge of the mountains
Going by the river?
going by the East River?
I'll neither confirm nor deny the presence of ruins there.
Cool.
But if you look south of that, there's something more obvious.
Yes, there is. That ruined fortress, which dates back to the Ford period, correct?
It does, yes.
That's even worse.
And look at the ruins around it. I mean, that's just ominous, isn't it? That should be like really scary.
You mean all the dead trees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely that's where you should go.
Okay.
I'll put that on our list.
When we're done here,
100 places to go before you die.
Can't be any worse than Minot.
it's on the bucket list.
It's on the bucket list. This is where we kick the bucket.
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. It's like okay. I don't know why I have this covered up. If we can just look at the other one.
Did you forget we had access to the map?
Now I have to figure out how to erase things.
You just need to make a second map that doesn't have those things on it, right? The player map versus the GM map. Oh, those.
I thought there was a way to do this as a rectangle, though. Maybe that's it.
See, at first I was thinking about how do I do a dot? Paintbrush, is that it?
No, it's below the measuring tool.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking this. No, not this one. This one. So I was initially thinking. But if we actually count the number of hexes across, then it moves much further down. More like here.
Right.
Spiffy. Okay, so the question is, do we go through the portal, go to Hamlet, get supplies, and then come back?
What supplies do we need?
Al, do we have any food with us?
Well, we can hunt, right?
I mean, I have some food, but not a whole lot.
Is that the survival skill? Foraging and hunting?
Yeah, so at this level we use tracking and the move silent skill, or the hiding skill to ambush prey.
I mean, I've got decent amounts of those.
And we've got crafters here that can do deadfall traps.
Okay, we make
Now,
camp then.
now, as I recall, Luther provided you with what was it, 240 in
Going into
uh,
each
Right.
total, yeah,
yeah,
Total.
250.
yeah, 250, and distributed across all of you. So if somebody gets robbed, at least you don't lose all of it.
Right.
I like you said if and not when. I appreciate that.
Could I like give them like a class on how to not get pickpocketed?
You
Like,
could. In practice, however, it's you're using your sleight of hand to pick pockets, so to speak. Where's sleight? Somebody have sleight?
I do, yes.
There it is. Yeah. So sleight of hand. So you use that skill as the opposing skill of someone trying to pick your pocket. So yes, can you give them pointers? Sure. In practice, what that means is training up their sleight of hand.
Okay.
Now you can also counter that with your perception skill, which is scan. But that's to catch somebody in the act.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to worry about it because we certainly don't have time to teach everyone how to pickpocket.
Yeah. Okay. So we make camp here for the night. And the night will go by uneventfully.
You're so disappointed.
The rules are the rules. Morning comes.
Morning comes, and we're going into Minot.
So from here, it's half a day, a little more than half a day to get into Minox. So you get there in the afternoon. Right. So we're going to go to Minox. Are we ready? Are we doing this?
We're doing it. We're not ready, but we're doing it.
Did we want to hunt first so that we
We don't
had
need to because
food,
we get
or
to
we
town.
just
We can buy food.
okay? Sure.
Okay. So do you want to enter Minox from the north, east, west, or the south-ish? So that might be relevant to how you approach the city.
Oh, that's true. We do want to come from the south
What? Why?
because the only thing to the north is the west.
Well, that's true.
Or we could ambush some smugglers.
You mean go back to the ruins you just came from? Wait for a boat?
No, the guys who bring the wagons out to the boat.
Oh, okay.
thump them over the head, knock them out, take the wagon, go back.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So when we crest the hills that have been screening us from Minok, we can see the city, right? The town, whatever you want to call it.
When you get up to the road, yes.
Is there a place that we could spend some time watching the city without it being obvious?
Yes.
Why don't we do that and just see what direction the traffic is generally coming from?
That's
Looking
true.
at this map, I'm assuming it's from the north or the south, east, west, southeast, because
Okay.
that's where the roads go in.
Right.
All right. Okay. Well, so you head south. There is a rise, obviously, and when you get up there, there will be you'll be able to find a vantage point over the city. Now, nobody's got a scope, right? So it's not like you can see real well. But go ahead and make some scan rolls.
Nope.
I got a 10, so that
Where's
should
that
be a
ship floating in the
successful.
air?
Yes, well, the 10 is a really good roll. Is that a 23 for Alexander, or was that a previous roll? I don't remember. Anyway, that
That was a
10 will be
previous one.
okay. All right, well, so Runt, with your keen observation, you'll see that there are ships coming and going from the city. You'll also see that there is no traffic on the road north out of Minok. In the period of time that you're watching, yeah,
Like literally zero.
correct.
Well, guys, if you want to make a notable entrance, we can come in from the north. We'll be the only ones.
No villagers or farmers people or anything. Are there any farms out this way?
So, yeah, I mean, you can see fields surrounding uh, the city, and there are workers out in those fields. But I understood that you were looking for traffic to and from. So, aside from the immediate vicinity of Minok, so let me be more specific. From the fields to the north of Minok, there is some traffic. It's very light. It's like, a dozen people
Mm-hmm.
working fields out there. There's no traffic beyond that.
And if it came down from this road, it'd be obvious. There's people coming down from the road.
It would be obvious that you're not field workers with hoes and rakes and,
Mhm.
farming
I
equipment walking
suspect
in
we
and
should
out.
take the time and walk around the city and come in from the south.
I agree.
Okay. Okay. So the next question then is, how far out from Minok do you want to do your circumference? In other words, if you go this far out, you're going to be spending 1, 2, 3 days to circumvent or to, go around. If you come in tighter, that's fine. And, you can cut some of that time down, but that would also put you into proximity of the city.
Yeah, we don't be near the proximity of the city.
I'm sorry. So what are we going to do?
I suspect that we're going to take our time and do this right.
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to go from here to here, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're spending an extra day out, we should do some hunting while we're
Yes.
we're
Yeah, I
going
agree.
along the way.
I agree.
Yeah, that's that far out. It's going to be 3 days to walk around the city. And that's far enough out that it's unlikely that a patrol would be this far out. Right? That's what you're looking for,
Exactly.
right? Okay. So yeah, you're looking at 3 days to go
But-
around.
But we can kind of hunt on the march, as it were. So as we're walking along, if we
Sure.
see some game,
What we'll do is come in a little bit tighter and spend part of the day walking and part of the day hunting. So those of you who want to hunt, make a tracking roll. If the tracking roll is successful, then make a move roll, move silent roll, or a hide roll to either sneak up on prey or wait for prey to walk by you.
Okay, so my track roll is successful,
Okay.
and
So,
then my hide and my sneak are the same value,
okay.
and it is successful as well.
I can
All
neither
right.
track nor hide nor sneak.
Okay.
I failed the tracking roll. So
All right. So Runt puts himself on a game trail, sits and waits, and shoots something. Go ahead and roll a d6. And the d6 will represent person days of food you've collected. So one person, 2 days. So not a lot of food, but you got something.
I got a rabbit.
It's more than a rabbit. But
I got
yes,
2 rabbits.
2 rabbits. Exactly. Okay. Are we going to wait here and keep hunting? Or are we going to move on?
I mean, I was just thinking that we needed, if we're spending 2 whole extra days traveling outside of the city, that we just needed to recover a little bit while we were going out. And so,
no, I completely agree with that. That makes a lot of sense.
I was just looking to help cut some of the
Food expenditure. Sure.
food expenditure. Yeah,
Okay.
That all makes perfect
not
sense.
wholesale to stock up, but just
Okay.
be
So
reasonable about it.
next day, we're going to continue on and do the same thing. Let me see if there are any encounters. There are no encounters. You can go ahead and make your hunting rolls.
I got a 4 to
Ooh.
track.
Woohoo!
Found a very good trail. Let's see if you can successfully get something off it.
Would 4 be
That'd be
a
wolves.
crit off of a 59?
That's probably a crit, yes. Wait, 59? Maybe not. You can look at the table.
I think that should be close. Ooh, a 4 maybe. Where's my? Here's my sheet. I got my wrong glasses on. 4 crits on a 70 or higher.
Okay.
So it is not a crit.
No.
Shame.
But it is a special. So that improves the yield if you can successfully either stalk or hide.
Okay. I will do hide this time. I did sneak last time.
Okay.
Which is a success.
Okay. It is not a special, but you had the special from before, so that's 2d6. So obviously, if you had specialed or critted this roll, it would have been even better.
Yeah. 1, 2.
Okay.
So I got 6
You
days of food out of that.
correct. 6 person days. So over these 2 days, you've collected 8 days of food for an individual. Okay. That evening, everyone can make a scan roll.
Base success.
Regular success.
Okay. So as evening falls to the southeast, right around here, you can see a glow in the sky, a red glow.
Like fires?
Could be fires. There's something going on over there that's illuminating the night sky. With an orangish red glow.
That's north of Goldak, right? Or towards Goldak?
Like right here?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Since you're not really sure where it's at, but on the map, yeah.
Does it look like it's actually like in structures or just like in the side of a mountain or?
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
Does it look like the fires are like in a structure or at a
Oh,
structure, or are they just the side of the mountain is on fire? Oh God.
well, all you're seeing is the glow.
Okay.
So
But
you're not really sure.
but that's basically where Goldak is.
Yes.
I don't know
So
what Goldak is, so that doesn't really provide context for me.
it's a city.
Well, historically, everybody knows a little bit about
Okay.
this. Goldak is a fortress that fought against Forg, but at some point apparently succumbed to his rule. So it's not a city. It's an old fortress.
Okay.
And it was a fortress that, at least towards the end of the war, was under the bad guys' control, and so
Correct.
was a seat of power for them. And so
Yes.
its most recent, I guess, use was as a seat of power for bad people.
Well, it depends on what you mean by bad people, but yes.
By bad people, I mean people that aren't on my side.
Okay, there you go. Although maybe they could be.
Oh, well, then they wouldn't be so bad.
Maybe they just need to get to know you better.
I will give them the opportunity.
Or maybe you could get to know them better.
I'm a little self-centered for that.
Okay. Yes. So yeah, nobody special, right? Okay. So yeah, orangish red glow. Could be fires, maybe. Okay. Ominous, whatever it is. And otherwise, amazingly, there are no patrols that descend upon you. Following day, we continue our trek around the city. Okay. At this point, we're going to travel east and kind of northeast, right? You want to come in from the road, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
We'll just swing in a wide enough arc and then go till we hit the road and then take the road in.
Okay. So from where we just camped, this is still 2 days. Now, you could cut in and get up on the road and get into the city late if that's what you want to do, or you could camp out and then in the following day come in by noon. What do you want to do?
I mean, I'd rather not get into Minot late.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion.
All right. So probably don't want to be in the fields, right? You're going to be in the hills above the fields and the
Yes.
road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Something happens that evening late. So this is third watch. Oh, that's interesting too. Okay. Fun and games in Guldak. Who's on the last watch?
I think I
Tingo
normally
kept
take
track of
first
that
watch.
stuff.
I think I normally take first watch.
I think Tindo and Wes were last.
I would assume Runt is low man on the totem pole and gets the swing shift every time.
Sounds right.
Okay. So Wes and Tindo
Yeah.
can make scan rolls. Somebody roll for Tindo.
That's a success for Wes. Raymond, you want
Okay.
one?
I got it.
Okay.
Probably not for Tindo.
Ooh.
Okay. You can also make listen rolls.
Nope. Don't want to do 4 for that.
What is with these 70s? Listen.
Which Tindo is
That's a miss.
So Tindo got a 43 on the listen.
Yeah, I'm trying to find his character sheet. There it is.
Holy crap, look at that.
Oh man, he can listen like the Dickens.
Okay.
So he heard it, whatever it was.
Okay. He he's going to turn to Wes and go, do you hear that? Do you hear that howling?
Howling?
And he points up.
No. I hear it now.
Okay. So, yeah, coming out of Minok, heading more or less over your heads towards Guldak.
Underneath the tree.
Are you going to wake everybody?
No.
What are you going to do? Okay. No.
Keep everything quiet.
Keep everything quiet.
Some wings.
Yeah, the howler flies overhead.
Towards Guldak.
Correct.
Oh, man. What's he doing here? Let's watch towards the south. Are there any fireworks?
No.
Oh. Oh. In the morning, we'll tell everybody.
Okay.
The howler was here. He flew from Minot towards Guldak. He's here. He's here.
No, he's not. He's in Goldak.
Well, right now.
Well, that's better than being here.
It's not like he can pick us up out of a lineup.
Oh, that's true.
It's good to know. It's something that our patrons are going to want to know.
I'm pretty
But
sure Alexander's the only person who's seen the Howler up front.
I was close enough to throw knives at him. Not
Howler?
well. Yeah, not well, but I did. I
I'm
never
pretty sure you
caught
did. Yep. I think you lost a few knives, in
I
fact.
did.
Okay. So, heading back to Hamlet?
I wish.
So
don't
when we
think there's
get up,
any reason to.
when we get up in the morning before we head to Monarch, I'm gonna pull out the letter. I'm gonna say, "Okay, guys, we need to really talk about this." So this letter was given to me by Spider to deliver to a individual in Minarch. Not like hypothetically by Spider, like actually by uh by Spider.
So, 90% of the party's looking at you going,
What?
what? What? Who? What's a spider? Why? Well, I think only one person is,
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So, I mean, the question and the concern, all of that is, what do we, really want to do with this letter, um, given the, we'll say, political orientations that you all have compared to what I used to have. Um, so, how do you guys feel about me turning over this to them?
For all we know, that letter is a request for takeout. I mean, I I think this is the perfect entrance into the city.
So I'm gonna preface this with um, Spider wouldn't just be sending a letter for takeout.
Yeah, I know, but do you see my point? I don't know what's in it.
Is the
I don't
mafia of one town talking to the mafia of another town? What's that going to do with us?
right.
I mean,
I
as
don't
long as
know either.
as long as it's not kill the messenger and all of his friends, we're good.
Okay, it's probably not kill the messenger and all of his friends.
Probably.
Probably. I'm 60-40. But most likely whatever it is not good for Telgar.
Really?
Well, it depends on. It's complicated, but they're not.
Would it have more to do with money or more to do with killing?
Those are usually the same thing. So that doesn't clear anything up for
No,
me.
it doesn't. Hmm.
hang on a sec. I might be able to illuminate something.
But my curiosity is that I can open it.
Are you asking for permission?
Having everyone on the same side. Let me rephrase this another way, right? If I deliver this letter and I do the job, I'm falling right back in to what I was doing before. And Rufus gave me an opportunity to get away from that.
Okay, see, now that's a valid objection.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So if I so yeah, if I deliver it, fuck. But if I don't deliver it, it is inherently going to come with some level of risk, which could apply to you guys as my friends. So, it's less easy for me to just say, "Oh, I'll just crack this open and not worry about it," when the repercussions can be felt by you and not just me.
Well, first of all, I appreciate that. Rufus, I think, would consider that a sign of your moral growth, shall we say? That you're even thinking of that. Having said that, helping a crime lord advance his plots while defeating a larger plot is still a net positive in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, I'm not saying it's the optimum course, but it's still going in the right direction. If nothing else, it's an excuse for us to be in Minok.
Right, that's true.
It is.
So, whether we decide to ultimately deliver it or not, it's still a good excuse to get us past the front door, as it were.
But
if we're
Ron,
in spreads that we're here, again, if we wave this around and then we never deliver it, it's going to cause us problems.
Well, yeah, that's true too.
So Ron, just to be clear on something here, you're pretty sure Spider gave it to you to hand deliver so that it does not go through what would otherwise be seen as normal channels.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of going up to the main gate and saying, "Hey, we've got this message for somebody."
Oh no. we never wanted to do that.
It kind of defeats the whole
This was
purpose of
not
a secret organization.
This was not a Candygram moment. No, I think we all.
That is not how I had interpreted it either.
Okay. Well, I just heard, let's go up to the gate. We've got an in here. Like,
No, we had been talking previously about,
Yep,
you know,
we're in
if we
Minot. We get cornered. We get questioned. What are you guys doing in town? We're delivering a message.
right, yeah, yeah, it was a different
Okay. All right.
situation than just that. Yeah. All right. Well, um, kind of put it back and say, well, I guess I don't open you today.
I mean, you know I've already been trying to help you open it. So I would tell you we should find somebody in Minot who could open it, except all of those people probably are the people we're mailing it to.
Probably true. I guess we'll see what happens.
Okay. So that breakfast conversation passes, and we make our way into Minot. Is that right?
Yep.
I believe so.
All right.
It's going to take us all day to get there, or just half the day?
Half day.
Okay. Where'd the map go?
You're going to Minot.
Ooh, a real map of the city. Except you can't see anything.
You know, AAA's done a really crappy job of updating our triptychs here. So when we get back to civilization, I think we should mention that to somebody.
Okay. I can reveal a little more of this. Right. So we came around to the south. Um, and we wanted to get over to the road so we could come up on the road. There we go. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Me, I can, me, I'm going to do the outer wall so you can see some of that. Okay. So as I reveal the map, do you see that in real time or?
Pretty much.
Okay. So, to get to the road, you pass through fields. Some of them are grape vines and stuff. It is winter, so they're um, they're just sitting. But there are winter wheat fields out there, so there is some activity in the field. As you approach along the road, you'll see the walls over the top of these buildings. These are, for the most part, pretty low single-story structures until you get into the more grayed-in area. When I mark in the gray area with the pointer, do you
Yeah, we
see
see the
it?
dot. Yeah, we see the dot.
Okay. So right around where I'm pointing is where you can see the main gate.
Okay.
The walls are across here. This is where the main gate is. From the distance here, looking to the northwest, you can see that gate has been ruined, right? So there's no big doors or anything that you can see it from this vantage point. It looks as though you could just walk right through it. You do see along the wall what you can see of it. Certain areas have been damaged, but you don't see any breaches in the wall here. The buildings along here um, and along these areas are hovels. They are thatch and stick structures, mud wall kind of thing. Um, Everything is dirty. Um, the the road has traffic on it, so it's a muddy mess. There are patches, of course, out in the fields that are not so bad, but yeah, the the city itself, what you can see of it from here, looks uh, looks pretty nasty. All right. Um, okay, so you're coming up on the road here. uh, it's mid-afternoon at this point. Um, let's see what the weather's like. Okay, so it's not raining. It's not particularly overcast, which means that it's cold. It rains. There's no snow. Okay. What few people are on the road, they are in really ratty clothes and, bundled up in blankets and things like that if they have to be out. But every all of it that you see, things have holes in them. Yeah, there's you don't see anything clean per se. You don't see any new clothing on the people that you pass. It's all very old and worn.
Like
Well
Afghanistan.
past. It's like a what?
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Everything all dirty,
Yeah.
muddy. People
Yeah.
walking around in plastic sandals in the wintertime with a blanket wrapped around their shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. So from that sense, you will realize that you're standing out relative to these people. Okay. In that the clothing that you have is far better than everything that they own. Okay. So the housing along this road is very tight together in certain places. The alleyways are maybe 2-person wide at best. So the road, let's see, as you get up to here, there's a bit of an opening, but this passage along here is, the door opens out on, it's just wide enough for a couple people at best. All right, and that's not to say that the road you're on is, a particularly wide road. It's not. It's also narrow, but 4 or 5 people across maybe.
Are there wagon tracks?
There are, yes.
So it's like a single lane wagon kind of thing?
Yep.
Okay. Be wary.
Okay. Right. So, making your way up.
Yep.
I will rough up my garb as much as I can. I don't suspect I'll be able to fix everything, but I can at least make it a little bit better.
Okay. I forgot to mention. Let's see.
Noticing him do that, I'll just trip him so he falls in the mud.
That helps a lot.
Well, we have been camping in these clothes for like a week.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean,
It's true. Yeah.
But they're not full of holes necessarily. Or threadbare.
Okay. So, as you're moving along, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let me put this up. Okay.
Numbers.
Oh, numbers. Oh my God. When you get here, out in front of this building, right here, there's an iron bar that comes out from the building, and hanging from it are 3 barrels. Ah, dang it! I forgot to mention something. Back here at the entrance to all of this,
Wait,
see where I'm pointing?
I am
As
now.
you,
Okay, yeah. I had to zoom out.
Where
yeah,
buildings actually started on the outskirts of town.
right. So between this turn here and this first building, there are what's the word for them? Gibbets and
Like-
hanging.
Hanging
Like
posts?
the things,
Yeah,
the things
hanging.
in Willow that are holding Mad Mardigan.
Yes, exactly.
The cages are
There are
actually dead hanging bodies.
no cages, but yes to the latter.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, along this area right here, there are several hanging bodies on either side of the road. Some of them have signs hanging off of them, but yeah, you can read one of them, and it says thief. Not just thief, it says food thief. Oh, and you'll notice on that person, both hands are gone.
Seems odd that they would punish for this when they're a whole city. Okay. Probably be an out loud conversation and noticing, like, that's a little strange. Why would they bother to punish people for stealing if they're all people that steal?
They're all thieves. Thieves and
Because
pirates.
even in a city that tends towards evil, not everybody steals.
What?
There are a lot of people everywhere who just want to be left alone.
Yeah, stealing food really affects things if the people are starving.
Or stealing my food is bad.
Yeah, yeah. Or stealing food from the person who's in power. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Don't steal the wrong person's food is what that means. Sorry,
Mhm.
I shouldn't be helping. Okay, so you get to the large 14 hanging in the sky above the building, and out in front of this is an iron wrought beam hanging from which are 3 barrels. It could well be an inn.
The 3-barrel
Or a
inn?
pawn shop.
Looking down the avenue, you can see the gate, or what's left of it. That is looking this way. What you gonna do? Oh, and to your right, again, the tavern. This is a multi-story structure as opposed to what's on your left, which are all single story. Yeah, for the most part, there may be a few 2-story buildings.
Well, this is Runt's call, right? Do we keep going or we stop here?
I mean, what time of day is it?
Mid-afternoon?
Yes.
I mean, do we want to tuck in out here or in the city?
I was thinking in the city. Do we know that we need to look for the 3-barrel inn? I don't
I'm
recall
sorry.
if that was shared.
I know that there is an inn that I need to go to deliver this letter.
I think the question is, did you tell them it was the 3-barrel inn or not?
I believe in our conversation this morning, I pretty much spilled the beans on everything about the situation as I was mulling over my moral dilemma.
So,
yes,
everyone's on the same page.
Okay, so I think if I
Did we
understand,
decide that we were actually going to deliver or not?
No.
I literally asked this question.
What I think we ended up with was it would be okay if he did it.
Even though it would not
They're not
necessarily
asking.
be along the path of righteousness he's trying to be pushed onto.
They're not actually asking him to commit a crime.
Right? No, they're not.
So
I'm just gonna ignore the part where, like, one favor in this business always turns into another, right?
Now, if he falls down and lands on this scroll case and breaks it open,
that's not a suggestion, by the way.
I'll say, I don't know that we want to stay here, but maybe let's just get this off our hands so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
hey, it's your side quest.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll support you.
And I'll say, just wait here, and I'll be right back.
I don't know if we let you go in there by yourself, though, do we? Need somebody cover your back? This is a bad part of town.
It's the worst that could happen. It's an inn.
They could string you up and hang you on a post out front.
I was going to suggest that we spend some time in the inn just listening to people talk.
That's not
a bad idea.
So
warm
all
up a
of us
little,
going in and getting a table,
get out of the wind,
a few drinks,
yeah,
and kind of get the lay of the land is probably a good idea anyway.
Probably is.
We're just rangers from the north.
Yeah,
sounds good.
So, did we? What? Yeah. What is our cover?
We're standing in front of the inn. What's our cover going in here?
I mean,
I love it.
From? Oh well.
We're from Bywater.
Yep.
Okay, we're going in to get out of the weather.
All right. Okay.
We're going to get some drinks, sit down in a corner. Hopefully somebody by a fireplace, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'll look around for the mark that I'm supposed to be delivering this over to.
I believe he gave you a code phrase. Did he not? Didn't we discuss that?
That does not ring a bell to me.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Giving you a description of someone is...
But he doesn't need to give that phrase just yet, right? We could chill and check things out and then eventually go up to the bar and...
Yeah. A code phrase makes sense in terms of the organization, but I don't recall being given one.
Give me a dirty glass.
If I did, I would have written it on my character sheet right about here, which I don't have written down.
Okay. What, from your recollection, how did he ask you to identify who to give this to?
Well, don't you guys have a chat somewhere where you were doing that?
My recollection was go give it to this person. Like, I don't recall it being that obscure.
Okay. I'm not sure. I mean, descriptions are kind of vague.
Give it to the man with 3 nipples.
I mean, it was a little bit of a stressful situation.
Okay. Well, I'm sure
I was contemplating a murder.
I'm sure he gave you the means to properly identify the person to deliver this to.
Yeah, I
And
like the code phrase thing better,
yeah,
anyways, personally.
it would not have been give it to the guy with the, twitch in his left eye and, missing left hand.
I cut off Wes's left hand. Twitch.
He'll be wearing a purple hat with a blue feather.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it would have been, you'll know this person by the proper code phrase and the counter response. If you don't get that, that's the wrong person.
Okay.
Right.
Works for me.
Okay. So, and yeah, I mean, it's a relatively innocuous statement or initial comment, but the response and the proper sign identifies the individual as the appropriate person. Okay, so you go in. Yes, this is the Three Barrels Inn. Unlike the Cliffside Inn, there are no pegs for your gear or your traveling stuff. There is two entry, right? There's the a foyer, right, to um, separate the interior from the exterior, right? So there is that. You go in, close the doors before you open the inner door. That's how it works. um, but yeah, there's no coat room or anything. Stepping to the inside. Oh, I should have mentioned. Right, there's this alleyway here is actually the passage for a coach or wagons and such. Okay, so mid-afternoon. There's one or two people in here aside from the person at the uh, at the at the bar. Um, when they see you come in, they actually ignore you for the moment. You don't get the sense that any of the other patrons, all four of them, are paying you any attention. They're two groups of two, right? So there's a couple of parties here sitting down over something warm to drink. So it smells like mulled wine, and probably not very good wine at that.
I mean, if it's got mold in it, no.
That's not what I meant, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But English.
Hot spiced wine without the spice. It's just a hot poker stuck in the wine. Okay, what do you do?
I'm just trying to find a seat in the corner, a little bit of ale, sit and listen.
Okay, so
Hopefully close to a fire.
yes, there's a fireplace. Of course, that's where the other two groups are.
And I guess I'll come in and in Norse say, "Oh, thank fucking God, a warm fire."
Okay.
To establish that since we're here, we're speaking Norse now.
Just in case somebody forgets. Okay, so you make your way over to the other two groups. yeah, there's plenty of room. It's not like you have to sit right on top of them, but it's not like you can be particularly far away from them and close to the fire at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, there you are.
But I'll still like amicably just chat with them and like, oh god, it's cold as a witch's tit out there.
Uh, they kind of ignore you, you know. I mean, they acknowledge your statement, but
That's fine.
don't really respond. And you know,
I'm not looking to actually strike up a conversation just to be that obnoxiously chatty individual.
okay.
Yeah, that extrovert that introverts hate.
Okay. Yeah. Well, things are kind of quiet. Once you get seated, a couple of minutes later, the waitress will come over. What do you want?
I hear that your mulled wine is fantastic, and I would very much appreciate some.
You heard that, huh?
Yep.
Anybody else?
Anything that's warm.
Second that.
Okay. All right.
And I'll take off my hat with a sweep.
I think I'm
With
just. I think that the pirate captain would have noticed that. That was a nice little flourish.
that was the whole thing he's been waiting to do all this
Yeah.
time. If only he had it earlier, he could have flourished for her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she'll come out with some mugs.
Noticeably, I would like to actually have said that in character because I want to make talking about the pirates normalized, not like, oh my goodness, pirates. Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bad news,
Um,
bears.
so she puts the pitcher of wine down, sets the mugs out. Actually, no, she just leaves them on the tray. She goes to the fire, gets the red hot poker, comes back, quenches the poker in the pitcher of wine. Everybody hears and smells the not so good wine sizzle. And after a few moments, she puts the poker back in the fire and pours the wine into your various mugs. And she doesn't distribute the mugs, she just waits.
I give her a little cheers in the end, say, perfect, just the way my mom used to make it.
Uh-huh.
I take one. I thank her. Small sip.
She's still waiting.
Oh, I pay her. There you go.
Ah!
That's very important.
The things you forget.
Okay. So do you just hold out your hand with some coin or what?
If we were in Hamlet, how much would this cost?
Couple copper probably
For all of us or each?
each.
Um, let's see. There are 4 of us, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
6.
should be 6. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give her 15 coppers.
Okay. All right. She takes them and leaves.
I should just give her 10.
Yeah, I should have, but
Now
does
you
she
look like
look
a
like?
spender.
Did she look like I overpaid her?
What's your inside human?
Yeah. Make a percentile roll for me, please.
I have no freaking clue.
Regardless, I will say, whew, big spender.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. You're not that you don't get any impression off of her.
Okay.
And I say, ma'am, I'd have to say, as far as I can tell, he only tips the pretty ladies like that.
Well, next time she comes back, it's your turn to buy.
So when you mention that, she will turn and look at Raymond and say, "My services are a little more expensive, but you're welcome to them."
What wasn't exactly what I mean, but thank you.
She seems confused. She kind of looks at Runt and gets a curious look on her face and then leaves.
Well, this is exciting.
At least we haven't been stabbed in the back yet.
Oh, it's early.
I checked my back just to make sure.
Yeah, she seems pretty depressed. You get the sense that the other 4 patrons are likewise oppressed.
Oppressed or depressed?
Perhaps a bit of both.
Okay.
Well, this is a
Have
depressed, oppressed place.
to make the party smaller just to impress how depressing it is here. There we go. There. All right. What are we going to do?
I'm basically just planning on sitting and listening.
Okay. Well, the other 2 parties are not particularly loud. That is to say, they're even. You may have heard some conversation before you entered, but couldn't really make it out. But now that you're here, sitting not too far from them, their conversation is even more circumspect.
Well, it's early, as people are drinking, and I expect there will be more opportunities.
I'm going to
Okay.
chit chat just to make noise behind Raymond so we can't hear him.
Yeah, I'd say we still talk, right? So we should still have conversations, and I'll talk about how, gosh, it's a shitty winter. We really didn't get much out in the woods. Wasn't much of a hunting trip to be to speak of.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired of wild hair anyway. So
Okay. So as you are conversing about hunting, you'll notice that both of the other groups they'll stop whatever they're doing and they'll kind of look at you guys. One of the group will get up and they leave. The other 2, they also get up. One goes, and as the other is like passing you guys, he'll quietly say to you, "Don't let the lords know that you're hunting their game," because, and he does the throat slitting sign, and they are out of here.
Mm-hmm.
okay, so we scared them all off. That's what I expected.
Yeah, but if somebody goes to rat on us,
Well, we've eaten all of that food by now, so there's no proof.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna sift through our bacteria to find out if we ate their food?
they're going to slit our bellies open and see what's in there.
Well, they're gonna find iron rations and bile.
Okay, you've got the place to yourselves for the moment.
It's fine. In the evening, people will come in.
Move closer to the fire.
Yeah.
Well,
There you go.
I mean, since it opened up.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention the interior here. It's a straw floor, which has not been changed for
Ever?
probably maybe forever. Some of it certainly. Um, uh, there are no decorations to speak of aside from the um, stained walls and the oil lanterns and such. Yeah, it's a pretty dour place. Okay, so time will skip forward. Evening will approach. Um,
I think
mhm.
before everyone starts showing up, I will try the password with the lady, the serving lady. Just to get it out of the way and not try to make a big scene.
Is there anything simmering over the fireplace? Like
No,
food?
no. There is a kitchen.
Oh, okay.
You can smell stuff from the kitchen though. They are obviously prepping up for this evening. Um, go ahead and roll your insight if you got it.
Insight?
Mm-hmm. Um, it's
Is
like
that
human
human
lore.
lore?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Sorry.
have human lore. At a 34, there's a success.
Okay, you can go ahead and check that. Um, you will recognize that she was surprised to hear the code phrase, but you can tell that she doesn't give you the proper countersign.
Okay. um, let's see. So since she doesn't give me the proper countersign, I'll just kind of shrug
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and then keep an eye on her.
Well, she's busy, right? She's
Yep.
doing stuff at the counter, goes from the kitchen, goes upstairs, comes downstairs with stuff, so on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, time goes by.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's round 4 when people start coming in. Mostly groups, right? 3s and 4s, that sort of thing. The odd individual here and there, but goes to join people they know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's not a lot of boisterousness, right? There's, some talking, but it's not, rowdy or anything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So around 5:30, the waitress will announce the evening meals available. and you'll hear, a few tables call for food. She'll make notes of those.
I believe
Start
we will
bringing
as
food
well.
out. Okay, all right. Okay, so yeah, she'll start, bringing food out. And time will slip forward.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we hear anything useful about the town at all?
Current events, state of affairs, the
Other than
howler.
don't hunt the Lord's lands. We know that.
We know that
Anything
now.
useful? Yeah. Mostly people are talking about the fields, and whether next grape harvest will be any good or not, and why, and so on and so forth. You're not hearing much of anything about, what's happening in town, so to speak.
What do you guys think?
I'm just chilling.
I can go along with that.
Yeah, just gonna take it easy and then kind of watching to see if the waitress kind of talks to anyone and then looks over at us.
Make a scan
and,
roll.
and then let's see here. That's a 14 on the scan.
Okay. Well, she talks to everybody, but you can see that it's very business related. Like, what do you want? um, yeah, there's no, she's not chatty, so to speak.
Right.
You'll
I didn't
notice.
think her demeanor would suddenly change.
Yeah. You do notice, I suppose, that nobody gives her any shit. Like, nobody's patting her up or anything. Yeah. No one's particularly warm to her. Of course, nobody seems particularly warm to anybody either.
Sure.
It's as cold inside as it is outside.
Yes. Okay.
Then I just have to also just start trying the password with other people to see if I get the right response. And not make it look super obvious that I'm throwing around the same goddamn phrase 50 times tonight.
So around 6:30, everyone can make a listen roll.
Wait, that's Tindo, isn't it? Nope, that's me. Woohoo.
Gosh, I can't hear anything, guys. Keep it down.
Close, but no.
Okay. So nobody made it? Okay.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. That's fine. You will, however, notice that the tavern has gotten unusually quiet. Everybody's just kind of looking into their mugs.
Oh, okay.
Well, when in Rome, I will just put my head down, stare into my mug, and try to see out of my periphery to what the fuck just happened.
Okay. You can all make listen rolls again.
Wes is going to mumble to himself and stroke his dagger hilt.
Okay.
At a 20, I would succeed on my listen.
Okay.
Listen, that might work, actually. Hold on. Oh, missed it by 3%.
Okay. Okay, Runt. You hear what sounds like a bell to the northeast. I'm sorry, northwest.
Okay.
And about half an hour later, you will all hear horses galloping outside the inn, going from going into the city.
Are there 9 horses?
Did you make your listen roll?
I did not.
Okay. You're not sure, but horses go galloping by.
I'll whisper to Alexander. It's 9 of them, isn't it?
Okay, so once the horses pass, things are still, quiet a little bit. But a few minutes later, people start chatting again. You probably saw a few people looking at the door from time to time.
In concern.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this town is so much fun already. Great. I think we should look into a timeshare here. So yeah, whole lot of hanging out, whole lot of waiting.
Okay. Did you mention that you're going to, kind of mingle a bit and
No, I did mention that I was going to continue to try to work in my password with new people that seem appropriate throughout the evening, while also trying to not sound like a creepy person on repeat.
okay.
Which is why I was trying to establish I'm a chatty extrovert to begin with, right? So that
Mm-hmm.
if I'm having the same conversation with a new person all night long, it's not super unusual because I've already established that I'm talking to everyone.
Okay.
You're
So
not just the person with only one pickup line.
Yep. Well, I
I
mean,
have two.
I'm that overly friendly old guy that tells everyone the same story.
Okay. Okay. So short answer to my question is yes. You're
Yes.
going to get up and
Mhm.
kind of walk around and talk to people.
Yep.
Okay.
Stick to very like vague and amicable things that strangers talk about. Weather, the food, avoid like heavy conversations.
Okay. Okay. So the first table that you approach, um, so yeah, nobody like looks up at you or anything. Uh, but one of them will pull out a knife and just start poking at the table.
I'll comment on that sweet knife that he has. And show him one of mine.
You're going to show him one of your throwing knives?
Yeah. Like yours is a little bit bigger, of course. I get it. Size matters. Not everyone compensating for everything, but I find these to be a little bit more nimble, a little bit more dexterous, blah blah blah, and like twirl it around a little bit and play with it. What do you do
Okay.
with your knife usually?
Into his gut.
So make a scan roll for me.
Ooh, I don't think that's gonna make it. Scans. My scans is 62, so that's gonna be a no.
Okay. So you'll see he kind of hesitantly puts the blade away, and someone else at the table um, will say, let me buy you a drink," and he'll get up and go over to the bar.
Um, and I'll say to the guy with the knife, like showing me your knife is like a really friendly display, and I appreciate that. But this guy's got the right idea. Buying someone a drink, that's where it's at. And I don't know, what was he inviting me to the bar or to sit at the table? Because I didn't really get a good feel for what was
I'm
going
sorry.
on there.
I'm sure it was the way I said it. He's inviting you to the bar for a drink.
Perfect. I will follow.
Okay. So you get to the bar, and you hear him say to the waitress, he uses her name. It's Heta. And he asks for a couple of ales. And when you join him there, he says, "Look, we don't want any trouble. Um, obviously you're not from around here, um,
This is true.
but yeah, he didn't mean anything by that.
I didn't take it personally either.
Oh, that's good.
We're friendly folks having a friendly conversation. I try not
When
to.
you say that, he just kind of looks at you like
There's no friendly folks around here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I absolutely agree. But I'm still going to go with the like. I'm not going to assume any violence in people until someone's actually acting on it. And kind of with the same. I guess I'll quick draw. Just to show that I would be prepared if someone were going to suddenly act on it, right?
Go ahead and make your quick draw roll.
I succeed at my quick draw.
Okay, that's good. So yeah, he's so he says, we don't get a lot of visitors from Aklo, but whatever business you have here, we none of us, he refers to himself and the people at the table that he came from. That we're we don't want any trouble. It's whatever you got to do here. Maybe we can help you.
That would be great. Because, like I said, things might not be great outside, but you seem like friendly folk, and that's what's really important. And I guess I'll just again work in the same phrase that I've been doing. See if he has a response for me.
No, he does not. In fact, you're pretty sure that he's got no connection whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the people at the table are probably just, workers.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm still going to spend time talking with him,
Okay.
chatting amicably, and I really actually kind of want to play up on the I'm entirely too friendly, such that they feel threatened by it.
Oh, he definitely feels threatened.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. And I will. I say, I appreciate this drink. Let's go sit down and just like have a little chat with your friends.
Well, if you've got some work, you and I should discuss that.
Well, um, I laugh and I say, you know what? You're entirely too friendly for the kind of work that I'm in. So, don't even worry about it. I just like to meet new people. So, um, let's see. And I'm gonna say, let's go, just swap stories.
You realize that he's pretty uncomfortable with
Yeah.
the idea of just kind of hanging out with you. He's like, you know, he yeah, you get the idea that he's trying to figure out what you're really after, what you're really doing, and he's yeah, he's unclear. And well, I mentioned earlier that he does feel threatened as well.
But if he's feeling threatened, he's not really in a place to walk away from the conversation.
Yeah. So he says, I think. Well, I hope you enjoy your ale there. I think I'm just going to be heading home. Yeah. So have a good evening. And he leaves.
All right. I'll return back to my table
Mm-hmm.
and kind of in low tones with everyone else there, kind of talk about exactly how skittish everyone here is. It's certainly not the impression of Minok that we were given.
Maybe things are different outside the city walls than inside the city walls.
Maybe. Maybe.
I would think they'd definitely be different with Howler around.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, at least the mulled wine's good.
It's relative, isn't
Good.
it? Okay.
Are we gonna have to end up spending the night here, guys?
I'm going to leave that up to you. I don't know if that's really what we want to get up to.
I don't think so either, but I don't know if we want to go outside either.
This is true. Things did not sound super great.
I think spending the night here is fine. Assuming we can get a room, of course.
Yeah, I'll go back up to the bar and ask Heta, you said?
Mm-hmm.
If they have rooms available here.
How many do you need?
How big are they?
I could do a common room for all of you, or individual rooms, or pairs. What do you need?
Do a common room for all of us.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready to go up to your rooms.
Cool. How much are you asking a night?
A silver piece.
Well, hey, you know what? If you're proud of your work, you make sure you get what it's worth. Deal. I'll go back to the
She
table.
kind of grins at that, which is the first time you've seen her express any kind of anything.
Does she have all her teeth?
No.
Love my knock. And I'll go back and just tell everyone, well, we got a room, big room. Well, maybe not that big, but it'll fit us all. Silver for the night. And I got a complimentary smile, which I think was worth it.
Woohoo!
Okay. Anything else you want to do between now and going to the rooms or room?
Just people
Nope.
watching.
Other than people watching for someone that seems like the right kind of individual.
Okay. Make a scan roll. So yeah, people are coming and going from the end.
34 on my scan.
Okay. No one sort of jumps out at you as, that might be him. Everybody
Sure.
is pretty much the same nondescript as everybody else.
Yep.
Which is to say, mostly dirt poor, but enough to afford a drink in the evening and hang out at the tavern. Now, there are two groups I should mention. There's the group that comes in for the meal, and then there's the group that can't afford the meal but can afford something to drink. And that
Sure.
comes after.
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, we've gotten to the latter group at this point. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and make another roll to see if you can spot somebody that might be something.
That's a hard no.
Okay, so evening will go by otherwise uneventfully. You will notice from time to time that people are checking you guys out. That is, who the hell are these people? I've never seen them before. Oh, they're from Aklo. Somebody said Aklo.
That's right. We're from down south.
Yes.
Watch out.
Oh, you mean that city of assassins? Yeah, they're all assassins. They're here to kill somebody.
Perfect. I'm glad we
Mark's
picked
now
that
talk
stuff
to
up.
us now.
If I overhear someone say that, as we are just kind of sitting at the table idly, I will just play with my knives.
Okay.
And Wes will continue to mumble himself and stroke his dagger hilt.
Okay. All right.
I think probably I'll continue to hang out like at the bar and drink after everyone else goes back up to the room and kind of wait until it's just Hedda and I and have a conversation with her.
Okay. Well, something happens before that happens.
No.
Yes. Everyone can make a listen roll.
Nope.
Oh, hard no.
Okay.
I got a normal success.
All right.
Thank God.
All right. That'll be good enough. So, Alexander, you'll notice that people by the outside wall have gotten kind of quiet, and they're, sort of had their heads down over their mugs and are trying to, not pay attention to the outside world. Um, And you'll notice that kind of sweep through the rest of the inn here. At which point you will start to hear what sounds like a whip being cracked, or several, perhaps.
Okay.
What are you gonna do?
I'll
Clearly coming from outside.
I'll nudge whoever's closest to me and wonder what that sound could be. Is that whipping outside?
You're gonna say that out loud?
No, I mean not loudly, but
Okay, well,
I'll
I gotta know what you're actually saying, not.
yeah.
Okay, so you nudge someone, and
I'll gesture to the rest of the inn
okay,
and kind of in a hushed tone say everyone's trying to ignore that sound. Do you hear it? And then point it out.
okay. You mean pointing to the outside?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
try to do it in pretty as subtly as possible, but yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. So that helps. Okay, so
Yeah.
random person next to you is Raymond.
Okay.
I will look at my mug and I will say very quietly, "We're in a city with slavers. What do you think?"
Time to free the slaves.
Shing shing shing.
I didn't actually come here to free slaves.
Well, who said that?
Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of bringing something up about that. Like, Padme, the Princess of Naboo, doesn't have the money to buy Anakin's mom, but okay. But yeah, that's the only
That's
thing
just
that
so
I
they
was
can
like,
carry
okay,
cash on her.
she doesn't have credit. She's a nobility.
No, they're in the outer lands. They don't take credit there.
No, they very clearly had the money to do it, but typically people of money think that the people that don't deserve it. So why would they buy them out of that freedom?
Well, you can say a lot of reasons Padme thought Anakin deserved.
I mean, you also got to
She was
think
like
that,
a 14-year-old hitting on an 8-year-old with pretty whack.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
I always thought that the actor choice for that was really weird because I didn't understand that the age gap wasn't that big, or it was
hmm
supposed to be a much smaller age gap than it was portrayed in the movies because of the
hmm
actor age gap.
hmm
Yeah.
Definitely made
Yes,
it all weird.
it did. It was very disappointing. In any case, so you hear something odd going on outside that everyone in here seems to be studiously trying to ignore. What are you going to do?
Studiously ignore it as well.
I
Okay.
actually think I want to stand up and go look.
Okay.
Oh God.
Okay. As you, so
It's an
you're going to go
assassin
to
from
one of
Aquila.
the
What does he have for
shuttered
free?
windows?
I mean, yeah, subtly. Like I'm just gonna stand up and
Okay.
walk towards the door.
Good.
The
Okay.
door, not a window. Okay.
Oh, there are windows. Okay. Well, yeah, because I'm assuming people are sitting by the windows, so I'm not gonna like walk up to a party and be like, "Yo, what's going on outside?" and look out. But if I'm walking towards the door, that's normal, and I can
Right.
just peer outside and then walk back to my seat, right?
You could.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and do.
Okay. So you open the door.
Unless you get hit by a free spell.
Okay. Um, so you're in that, in the foyer.
Yeah.
Well, that's right.
You
Yeah.
gonna close the inside door or no? Leave it open.
Uh, I'll close the inside door.
Okay. Close the inside door, and then crack the outside door and peek out.
Mhm.
Okay. So, um, you can make another listen roll.
Okay. Oh, that might not be a success. Check.
Okay.
My listen is. Oh, it is. It is a success. Just a normal
Okay.
one.
Right. So you see a column of two columns. People wearing black hoods, and that's just the hood and shoulder, right?
Okay.
Their arms and chests are bare, and they have black trousers, kind of blousey, but no shoes. In their right hand, they have a whip. In their left hand, it looks like a tablet, and they're marching in unison as they're looking at this tablet. And every so often, they pause and strike with the whip over their shoulder, right? And
Okay.
then they march forward again a few steps and repeat. You can see that they're, the ones that have passed. You can kind of look and see the their backs are all bloody and tore up.
So they're whipping each other.
Themselves with their own whip.
Oh, they're whipping themselves. Okay. Huh. And they. I mean, are they wearing chains or anything? They're just. Does it look like anyone is escorting these groups, or does it look like they're doing this on their own?
The latter.
Oh. Okay. I'll kind of stand there and watch as they continue to do this. How long is this line?
Okay. There are a total of 12. So that would
Okay.
be 2 rows of 6. Right?
Okay.
Behind them is a person on a horse. The person is in full plate armor,
Ooh.
and he has a lance. What are you going to do?
I wanted to look at the plate armor, see if there's any distinguishing symbols on the armor or his
Okay.
lance.
Make a scan roll.
Okay. It's a normal success, 25.
Okay. Yes, on the shield you can see emblazoned a sword, and you're pretty sure that that's representative of Ariok.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
I'll let them pass out of sight and then return to my seat.
Okay, so you continue to watch as they pass?
Yes.
Okay. The horse will stop in front of the door, and the rider will turn and look at you.
I'll
You can see, as he does
okay.
so, that there are 2 points of red light in the visors.
Oh. I'll put my head down and like close the door. As if to kind of like, oh, my bad, in a physical gesture.
Okay. And then what are you going to do?
Oh, and then I'll do as I was before. I was gonna go return to my seat and sit down and act. Well, not act. I most likely will be kind of ajarred.
Okay. You can make a listen roll.
Okay. That is successful.
Okay. Having closed the door as you're retreating to the interior of the inn, you will hear the horse move on.
Okay. Okay. I did not want him to get down there. If I heard him getting off the horse, that was gonna be bad. But okay. Yeah, I'll return
Very
to my
bad.
seat. Yeah, I'll return to my
So,
seat and sit down.
so that went well for you. I take it.
I'll look over at Runt and be like, very much so. Um, glowing eyes? Question mark.
Sweet. How do we get those?
By giving up your soul.
Yeah.
What else am I doing with it?
I'm guessing the opposite of what the other 6 people did. Or 12, I guess, not 6. I'll mention the sword to Runt and ask if he knows what that is and if it has anything to do with the name you mentioned earlier to me. I just forgot it.
Ariok.
Ariok.
I mean, I don't know
Oh,
anything about
so
swords.
you described the symbol on the shield, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So Raymond,
Yes.
This
he
sounds
just
familiar. That's the
yeah,
devil.
that yeah, he just described the holy symbol of the god of death.
Holy crap.
Oh, you mean the god of chaos?
I
No,
mentioned
that's
that
Melkor, I think.
very quietly.
No, Melkor's destruction. Iran is
Er,
death.
it,
And I only know that because I'm looking at your sheet.
yeah, I'm looking. I got to look it up now too.
Ariok, the Knight of Swords, god of chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the right one. I was thinking, how is it? There it is. Yeah, okay. Yes, that's it. Knight of Swords, Ariok.
Okay.
Chaos.
So I have very quietly explained that.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, let's not mess with that. Doesn't sound like a good.
Good recovery.
He
My
sounds-
bad.
Yeah, my
Oh, it
bad.
worked, right?
Yeah, it did. That's what I was hoping. I wanted to see, and if there was any kind of. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be an issue as long as I quickly kind of refrained back to a commoner response to someone of power. So that's what I tried to do.
That's usually how that goes, yeah.
My bad,
It
my
seems
lord.
to have-
Let me get your way. Well, that's not fun. What do you think they did to deserve that?
I mean, that seemed like something they signed up for.
Low-key. Maybe it's instead of the losing the hands part.
No, that's just. I mean, some people are into that.
I'll have to keep my laugh stifled after that.
Well, I think it's time to head to our rooms.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna stay and have an extra drink or two.
I don't think I can sleep.
Well, we do need to keep watch, right?
There
I
you go.
think it's for the
Yes.
best.
I guess I'll take first.
Okay. So
Stay on.
you retire to the common room, settle in, and Runt is going to stay at the bar for a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Talk with what's
Okay.
her name?
Hedda?
Heta.
Head up.
Should we stop there? It's midnight here.
It
Oh.
is midnight.
It is. Look at that. Okay.
Unless this chat with Heta can go fairly quick.
I'm good with waiting. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see. Where is she? There she is. Yeah, Hedda. Okay. All right. Sounds good. So, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.